That's also going into penetration market. So you got a market right now. If you had the dashboard up there, you would see that the E-mini, NASDAQ, and Dow are good. QQQ, SPY are good. SPX is good. Okay, now the next market I want to look at is SLV. Put SLV in there, put a daily chart for SLV. All right, SLV came down, filled the gap. It's currently trading 59.60. Set an alert at 60.01. 60.01 for me. Will somebody do that, Chuck or Jonathan? Alert at 60.01.
Yep, 6001 SLV. I'll type it into the chat as well. 6001.
Okay, the next thing we're going to do, this is the next thing we're going to do, is we're going to look at a 3-wide spread 30 days out on the QQQ for $1. This will be trade number 1 today. A 3-wide spread 30 days out from today on the QQQ.
I'm bringing up the option chain on the QQQ. 31 days out. We can go 29 days out, which is January the 16th.
That's perfect.
Give me a debit call spread 3-wide. And you're looking to pay around $1, I take it, Tom?
Around $1. Find me one for $1.
Looks like we'll have to choose a different expiration. Look at this. Strikes are getting all funky and go to 5-wide.
Well, find a different date then.
Week prior is January 9th. That's going to work. Most likely. Let's start at the money. Go 613, 616. That's way too much. Let's go up to 617, 620. Still too much. How about a 22, 25? Still too much. 25, 28. There we go. $1 for the 25, 28.
Wait, okay, let's make that trade number 1. I'm writing it down myself. That is I want you to read it out because I'm going to do it while you talk about it, okay?
Ticker is QQQ. Expiration is January the 9th. You're buying the 625 call and selling the 628 call.
January 9th. I'm going to strike price is
625, 628.
All right, I got it at 99 cents.
And your target will be?
Okay, let's set a target on that one at $1.19.
That trade is getting posted to the chat right now.
All right, set your target, and that way, the only thing you're gonna do next is count your money if it hits, okay? That's on the QQQ. Any questions about this trade? Don't hesitate if I'm moving. You notice I told him to move fast? This is why, because I wanted to get a good start to our marathon trading. Gotta be prepared. I'm prepared. I hope you are. Let's go through the education. Why would I pick the QQQ? These are questions, and we'll answer them. Why would I pick the QQQ? Why would I do a spread out? In this case, what was it? I don't know how many days, but it was out enough to get me into the next year, right? No, it's not a limit, Mary Ann. Market. I just said it's approximately $1. You should be in already. I'm not going to make as much, but you can still get in.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah.
where are we sharing these trades? TNT?
Yeah, let's put this one in TNT. Let's make the people happy. I mean, I'm making about $1,000 a day if somebody reads TNT. Let's give it a bonus for Christmas.
Sounds good.
Folks, I came to trade today. I told you yesterday I was going to do this. I hope you're ready. Tell your friends, get in here. We're not charging for this. We're showing you how it's done. It's just besides me, Jonathan, that people are not lined up to get in TNT because of the money that's made every day, and they're just with that posting of the Magic Five. Anybody use that Magic Five today? I did. You got to read it. You can't sit there on the sidelines. You got to ask questions. Way to go, Monica. One of my favorites. Hey, Marianne, you got in? Set your limit to get out now. Don't hesitate. Better than the bank could give you on your money. All right, here's what we're going to do. Jennifer, why won't it fill? Call Tasty Trade, put the order over the phone. Call Tasty Trade, give them your account number, put the order over the phone, and ask them why.
I've seen
Don't
fills anywhere
hesitate.
from
Don't look.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Successful traders don't let anything get in the way of making money. If your platform's not working, go old fashioned. Pick up the phone and call it. Neil, you should have got in better than that as fast as you are. Slap yourself on the face with your right hand. I'm having fun, you know that, okay? All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna ask some questions. We're gonna type out the questions where you can, when you go back and watch this, you know. The first question, why did I pick the QQQ? Why did I pick the QQQ is the first question. The second question, why did I pick an option out into January? And you put ever how many days. I wanted a 30-day, but we came in, I compromised, right? Number three, why did I look at the roadmap software to decide I was going in? Go back to the roadmap software. Now, let me make it easy for you. Put the dashboard up there and showing the QQQ on the dashboard and the NASDAQ on the dashboard. Y'all notice that the QQQ and the NASDAQ futures on that dashboard, what color are they? When they match up, I go to the compass chart like I did and said, look, we're penetrating. Now we got to get confirmation, obviously, for this trade to really maximize, but does everybody see that? Peg asked, does the software alert you when the colors line up all green? You can set alerts on the software, Peg, to do that. The new version will have that. Jonathan, set a alert for me at the low of that bar that penetrated. And give the number to everybody else.
That low of the penetration bar on the QQQ, 610.46. We'll call it 45. 610.45.
Let me alert there. Now, what I will do, folks, if it goes down there and hits that and holds, I might buy another one. I already have it hedged by doing the option. Stephen, I would suggest get out of Merrill and get you a Thinkorswim account with Schwab with your trading money. Merrill's a great company. I started my career there, but not for trading. That's my opinion. And I teach from Thinkorswim and tastytrade. Both of those are easy to use. Yeah, you enter quantity, order type, and duration. Okay. I don't know what questions are asked. It's been a long time since I've used Merrill Lynch. But at least you're in the game. Okay. Does everybody see everything that's green there? Let's look at what's green. Tesla's in play. TQQ's in play. Walmart's in play. J&J's in play. Put Apple on there. On your sheet. That's not in play to the upside, is it? Apple has fell from grace. It was at 288. It made a new low this morning, I think. I had to go check Apple. Yeah, it went down to 267. Unbelievable. I think they're taking it out because Steve Jobs is the CEO. Not Steve Jobs, golly, sorry about that. I went back and retro on you. Cook ain't cooking. Okay. Any questions about this trade? Let's go through the questions themselves, Jonathan. Let me answer them.
Yeah, okay. 1 second. Question 1, why'd you pick the QQQ?
Because I'm going into the new year and there will be buying that steps in, long-term buying to step in the NASDAQ, especially with the NASDAQ correcting like it has in December. That's just experience. That's why I did it. Okay.
And that was question number 1. Question number 2, why'd you go out the next month expiration?
I'm not planning on this being a day trade. I'm planning on this being a trade that I make about 20% on. Sometimes accidents happen and I do make 20% on the same day I do it, but I'm not planning on it. That wasn't my expectation doing this trade. Okay.
And question number 3, how'd you use the roadmap to see direction, find direction?
All right, 2 ways. Go back to the dashboard. And then bring up the QQQ on the compass chart. The question I ask myself when I look at that, did this bar make a high over the preceding bar? Showing what I'm talking about.
You look at the 2-bar pattern that just formed. The current bar made a higher high than the prior bar.
And it also went into the buy area.
Yep.
It also tells me, if you look over there to the left, that blue bar over to the left, Jonathan. And the reference bar, yeah. Mm-hmm. It tells me that's going to be resistance. That's why I spreaded it right here early. All right, I want to take a 5-minute break. When I come back, we're going to talk about you getting your roadmap at a Black Friday pricing, then we'll go to the next phase of marathon trading. I roll. Five minutes. I'm going to put alert up. Thank you.
Hey, Carlos, welcome in. Hey, Buck. Morning to you. Had some requests for the slides to be posted. Yeah, this is slides are about to be posted into the chat for today. There's going to be a little bit of working edits as we go along, as Tom adds trades and adds questions to answer, that sort of thing as we go along. But there's a slide deck for today. Just a quick note before Tom comes back on. We're going talking about the roadmap in this section number 1. We're recording. What I'm going to do is after we plan to have 4 sections this on this marathon day. I'm going to stop the recording after each, and on the very last slide deck. All right, so you want to grab the slides now, because on the very last slide deck today, we'll post the recordings, the 4 recordings to the slides. So be sure you grab the slides. We'll be posting them periodically through the day, I'm sure, as folks ask for them. And there's a new one just now. Mel just must have joined in the last moment, which is all good. Ask for the slides as you need them throughout the day, but click the link, get them on your browser, bookmark it if you need to help you save it, because we will have 4 recordings today from our Marathon Live Trading Day with Tom. We've been talking about the roadmap all morning, a couple of the features we shared with you, mostly the dashboard, but I've got kind of a workspace built up for today. We looked at the main page, which gives us our watch list. We can tape read with the ETR. See all that green right there? That's painting a picture. Compass charts. We saw the dashboard. Can show you what's winning the race. All right. Tesla's strongest market this morning. GM, that's been a hot stock. And now Tom's going to talk a little bit more about what the roadmap software is.
Yeah, one of the things, folks, we've been developing roadmap 25 plus years, and I wouldn't trade without the roadmap. And one of the things that you got to keep in mind, it's got so much in it, but the simple version that I teach from and trade from is pretty simple. I have the dashboard, which you saw a glimpse of. I have the compass chart, and then I have my custom page with some key numbers, and then I have my ETR line. Those are about only the things I use every day. Now, on the weekend, I look at some of the other features we developed over time, but the idea is I want to know when I'm following different stocks, like NVIDIA was moving overnight, and I said, NVIDIA's a buy, and this morning I put it in TNT. I stay ahead of everybody else that's using moving averages and all the traditional Wall Street junk. And what I use works. And it's based on time of day. It comes from my experience back in the day, being a member of the CME. And I translate the futures into what? Into trading. But I don't know how anybody out there can sport the track record we have with anything else but the roadmap. And it takes you a little bit once it sinks in, because you have to flush your mind of all the things that's going to lose you money. This is going to make your money. And so I can have a presentation right now and tell. One of the things I didn't show you was my money maker, which tells me exactly where things should go to on rallies. It's just some pretty awesome stuff. But today, I'm going to use Black Friday pricing, and that's where I'm going. Next slide, please. Now, the first thing I want you to learn about the roadmap is just 4 simple patterns. Now, the reason I picked 4 patterns is because of what? We used to remember telephone numbers, right? 7 digits. I figured if I can get you to remember about half of what you used to with a phone number, you can make money. Y'all like that? Give me a yes if you like what I just said. Yeah, it's not complicated. You just got to watch 4 things at different times of day. The first time is that morning trade that we just did. Let's go next. Does everybody see what I called the penetration bar on the QQQ? Everybody see that? How it goes into that yellow area? I don't have to do any fancy math or anything, but that's telling me And I got here by looking at my dashboard saying, hey, it's green. I looked at it, and then you get follow through, and it typically goes to the target. If it goes to the target today, that option we bought for $1 is going to be worth about $1.30. It will keep you out of losing trades. It will help you. Next, that's the buy signal. Does everybody take a mental picture of the buy signal? Go back, Jonathan. Penetration bar, confirmation bar. That's what you're looking for. Okay. Now, once you have that one memorized, let's go to the next one. Now, notice that I penetrated up there a buy penetration bar, and eventually we broke the low of that penetration bar, showing the penetration bar that we got into the buy area. Never got confirmation. And then the market broke below that. It always goes to the opposite target. In a bear market, this is a great setup because you make big money on buy failures. So it goes into the buy area, breaks that low of that penetration bar in this time zone, we call it RB3, and it goes down. Nothing's like it on the planet. Next. Now, what about a sell signal? If you got a stock that goes into a sell signal, it'll save you a fortune because it went down to the target, confirmed after the penetration bar went to the target. By the way, if you want to see those numbers without grabbing your cursor, look over at the gray area. It tells you where to target. These are 30-minute bars, Steve. I don't know how anybody can trade without it. And today, you can buy it wholesale, the Roadmap software. Next. Sell failure is great patterns for a bull market. Notice I said a bear market, great patterns are the buy failures. A sell failure where it comes down. This morning, if you were watching the market this morning, the E-mini had a sell failure on the reference bar. It went into a sell area, looked like a down day. Do y'all remember this morning when the market was going down? Everybody got that? I didn't buy it and go short. I waited. And then now the market had that sell failure. We went higher. We're going to the target. That's why I was rushing Jonathan and Chuck, get me to the live platform. I wanted to get you in. That's what you do when you're trying to, to do things. Okay? Now, any questions about that? Where's the target? Its target is, go look at the live roadmap for the QQQ, and the target, I can tell you right now, the target for today is this time zone is 6:15. Where are we trading? 6:12. Got about another 3 points to go up. Okay. We built a complete program around the roadmap so you can we can hold your hand. We have training twice a week. I always trade from it when I do trades. I hope Jonathan included my track record here for the new people, but keep going, Jonathan. This is a marathon. This is Black Friday on Thursday. The trader package. We've got so many people that we've changed their life with this software. We keep it updated. It's an annual license that you get, and you should be encouraged, Robert, after seeing what you saw today. You get the complete package. I don't trade without it, and anybody with walking around since don't either. And I hate to tell those people out there that don't have it, get some walking around sense. Get the Roadmap software. Next. We have a whole course designed around it. But right from the start, you'll be better off if you have it this afternoon. Next. I can trade any ticker in the world with the Roadmap software. Currencies even. Keep going. This is the most important module. If you buy the Roadmap, Even if you already own it, you ought to review this module. It will keep you straight and keep everything uncluttered in your mind. 4 specific patterns. Count it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check your bank account. The complete course is worth thousands. We include it with the purchase. I showed you this morning the setup for the QQQ. We made a trade. We have an automatic feature in there that pops about midday to tell you this is a good stock. It scans the world and tells you the best one setting up. I don't really use it anymore because I'm usually done by that time. Okay, let's keep moving. You got complete, everybody understand you're going to get complete access to the DTI training suite. I think the best thing we do at DTI, we support you. We don't just sell you software and say, hey, there. Any questions about what you get when you purchase? Don't trade without it. This price right here is a rock bottom price this year. We sold it on Black Friday at this price. I promised today we'd open that window and give you a chance to get on board. Let me know if you're going to take me up on this offer, because if you don't, I probably won't ever do this again. This is about a $3,000 piece of software you can buy for $497. I answer any questions while we're waiting for the next trade block. This is Marathon Trading with Tom Busby and crew. Bill, I'm sorry. Buy you another year at this cheap price. That's what you do. Yeah, it's one and done for the year. Buck said, did I mention you buy multiple years? Oh, don't do that to me. Somebody's going to buy 5 years. Buck, okay, today you can do it. He said, Buck's a slick, he's slick. You know slick people. Buck's slick. Buck said, you ought to buy multiple years at this price. Not offered anymore, Buck. I wouldn't do that anymore, guarantee it. What do you think? You like making money? That's a question I'd ask myself. You like the opportunity to get trained on a piece of software and live. We meet every day at 11 on Train and Trade. Today is special. This is our marathon approach to making money. I'm not playing today. I want to know who wants the roadmap at this price. I don't want to hear excuses next year when you lose and you don't have it. And you pay $3,000 to get this what I'm selling today. Kevin said, I'm adding another year. Way to go, Kevin. That's smart. All right, I want to kill a little time. Let's put a 10-minute up here, give everybody a chance. Play my song one more time. Listen to the words of this song while you're making your purchase. Get you off to a good start.
Before we do that, Tom, silver SLB just hit 60.01. Got gold above 4,400 too.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I'll get silver, Jonathan.
SLB just hit 60.01 and gold futures went above 4,400.
Jennifer, here's a promise. You buy it, use the roadmap, learn it. You won't be saying that next year. You've been out there playing the wrong game with the wrong people. You become a student at DTI through this roadmap purchase, And I tell you, it will change how you approach the market because it's a process that we teach. All right. What'd you say, Jonathan? You were interfering with my thoughts. What'd you say?
SLV a moment ago went above 60.01. I'll tell you where it's at now.
I'll come back to it. It's in the next block, Jonathan. It's not this block. It's in my block number 2.
Sounds good.
Okay. Look, let me ask you a question, Jonathan. You've been trading with me how many years?
Since 2018, I guess. So what is that, 8 years or so?
8 years. Don't you think, since I've been up since 5 o'clock, 5 in the morning, and I get up every day at 5 o'clock, I've looked at every possibility how to make money today. I told you I was going to do 4 trades today. You didn't put my track record up there to get everybody frothing at the mouth. You ought to show it to them. And I'm going to do silver today. That's why I told you 60.01 to let me know, because it sets up what I'm trying to do. And that's in our next block, silver. We'll talk a little bit about silver. And I didn't see the slide on silver that I asked for it also.
Well, we had them in there, Tom, but we did that in the live market.
So we need to cover that when we come back. Okay. All right. So, way to go, Jennifer. I'm looking forward to helping you. Yes. Round the clock. This is a 24-hour software. You can put anything in there you want to do, but we're going to have some fun. Right, Jonathan? Chuck, right? Chuck's been with me since I first had the idea of DTI. Chuck will tell you, when I'm like this, don't get in front of what I'm saying. Today's the day. When I said I'm going to give you 4 great trades, I'm giving you 4 great trades. When we come back, I'll show you my track record. I'm showing the Cumin to get started when we come back, okay? You got the clock up there running?
In the early light, before the rooster crows, T-Buzz sits where the ticker flows. A coffee cup, a steady hand. He trades the market like a riverboat man. Oh, T-Buzz, he's trading his way through the peaks and the falls, come what may, with a gut full of grit and a heart that won't sway. T-Buzz, he did it his way. He watches the charts like the stars in the sky, looking for answers, a reason, a why. Some call it luck, some call it skill, but Tom just calls it paying the bills. Through the red and the green, he's danced with a line. Every loss and each win, a tale of his time. Oh, T-Buzz, he's trading his way through the peaks and the falls, come what may, with a gut full of grit and a heart that won't sway. T-Buzz, he did it his way. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, end of the day. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, Tebow stands tall at the end of the day. Not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. pick up a steady hand. He trades the market like a riverboat man. Oh, T-Buzz, he's trading his way through the peaks and the falls, come what may, with a gut full of grit and a heart that won't sway. T-Buzz, he did it his way. He watches the charts like the stars in the sky, looking for answers, a reason why. Some call it luck, some call it skill, but Tom just calls it paying the bills. Through the red and the green, he's danced with a line. Every loss and each win, a tale of his time. Oh, T-Buzz, he's trading his way through the peaks and the falls, come what may, with a gut full of grit and a heart that won't sway. T-Buzz, he did it his way. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold.
All right, folks. Now, there's days, I'll tell you, if, we bought let's say we bought the QQQ spread, there's days that I'll leg into it if I've really got a market that is, just tearing it up. But today I went with a 3-wide spread out to January because I do believe we're going to see higher prices, okay, which will give us a chance to make money on the spread. I gave enough time. The thing about options you got to worry about is options, okay, they have a limited life. And that's where people get in trouble. They forget, they try to trade options like stocks. And when they do that, it's not a pretty sight because every day they take a slice of blood out of you when you're wrong, okay? And when you're right, it's good, but when you're wrong, it's good. Now, I did a trade today in TNT on the QQQ. I bought the 625, sold open the 628, net debit $1. This is not a day trade. It was a swing trade. We'll see how it works out. So far, I think it looks pretty good. We'll just see how it shakes out. Anyway, that's the first trade we do. The target of this hour is silver. There's a story with silver. And if you go back and look at my track record, let's go back. It was up there, the track record. So those people are getting a roadmap. You can have a track record like this too. That's a lot of trades, 270 trades, real trades, 222 winners, 46 losers. The key is cut your losses on the losers, what we did. But 82% accuracy is strong. People say, Tom, how accurate are you? I say, I'm about 4 out of 5. Would everybody type in yes if that's a true statement based on your observing me trade? I'm about right 4 out of 5 times. There's a yes, yes, yes. Yeah, and I'm comfortable at that level. Some people will take it and really use that information to make a lot of money. But the odds are, if I do 5 things, I'm going to lose on one of those trades mathematically. Now I'll hit different streaks. You know, I had one month, I think I was 90%. One month I was 78%. But generally speaking, if I give you something, the reason I give you that trade, I'm taking it myself, okay? And I took the one we did this morning. So I told you today, it's about education, it's about training. So any questions about this record here? If you go back, 5 years, it'll probably look the same. And I attribute to using the roadmap software, okay? Nothing I do, I just follow those 4 patterns. All right, keep it simple. The best way to go as a trader. Now, how many people like precious metals, silver and gold? Most people will tell you, if you listen to me in the precious metals market, I tend to get you in and get you out at the right time, okay? And because of that, I've followed this silver and gold my whole career. And at the first of the year, I said, I believe that silver is going to set up to be the hottest ticker on the planet. Right now, if you go back and look at year to date on silver, I've been buying silver all year long. Because of that, silver's up, what is it, 125? Jonathan, somebody check what it is year to date, where we got the exact year to date it's up.
Hey, 1 second, Tom, I'll tell you. Silver futures up 125.3%.
Say that again.
I said the silver futures are up 125.3%.
Reckon you should have listened to me at the first of the year, okay? And I expect a Christmas present on that silver trade. If you listen. If you didn't listen, slap yourself upside the head. Don, stay focused on what I trade, not what you want to trade. You understand where I'm going? Why do you want to go trade something that I'm not trading? I'm trading where the money is. That's my 40 years experience getting you there. This ain't about curiosity, it's about growing your account. I'm not taking a vote on we ought to make this trade or not. I'm making these trades. Now you can vote for yourself. Of course, it's going to cost you not taking it, but that's just what I know. This is a great ticker, SLV, been following it for years. It's breaking out. Right now, it's currently trading 59.76, 59.77. It went to 60.01 during the last time block. But let's keep going, Jonathan. Keep going on silver here. That's the monthly chart. December, there's the December chart. The daily, if you look at it, what is the high? 60.35 roughly?
Yep, that's it.
Shoba said I called silver golden.
60.64.
60.64 is the high?
Yep, from yesterday. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, didn't we make some money on silver this week on some trades we had, Jonathan?
Yeah, we did over there in the live trading group.
We did. Okay. All right, so that's the daily chart. Now let's go discuss a time block that I've identified. How many people want to know about a certain time of day that's going to make you a lot of money? Let me ask that question before I go discuss what I call Genesis, the start of it all. All right, let's go to a live market then. You want to bring up the E-mini for everybody to see? All right, if you look at the E-mini, does everybody see this little white bar that's being created right there? That white bar, this is Genesis. The time frame's from 11:30 to 12. Now let me give you some stats. 4 out of 5 days, the market will make a short-term high or low. That's pretty good odds to know about this time, wouldn't you say? Give me a yes if you think that's good odds to know. But now you want to hear about how you play it like Babe Ruth. Anybody want to play like Babe Ruth today? That 5th time where it doesn't make a high, it goes higher and it's called a continuation. And a continuation would take the E-mini, what's that high target up there?
Roadmap target here is 68.88.
And what's magic about 68.88, Jonathan?
Well, it's real close to the weekly open.
That is the weekly open, right around the weekly open. So there's a possibility today, folks, this market, if it has a continuation run, will run up to 68.88. If that happens, you're going to get filled on the day trade on the QQQ I gave you. If that happens. Everybody understand that? If we get a continuation day. Now, I don't know we're going to get a continuation day. I can just tell you what I look for during this time frame. Now, let's go through. Y'all give me a tick or two and we'll analyze it right here and what it's telling us for today. Let the people here try to beat the box. Name a symbol and I'll look at Amazon. Who in the world will be in Amazon? Okay. Amazon. Do you see Amazon penetrated the buy area there, John? So you got a high and low. What's the high and low for Amazon, Jonathan?
I got the high of the day at 220.
No, I'm talking about that bar that penetrates, the penetration bar.
Well, 229.20.
Huh?
229.20.
And the low?
The low is 227.89.
Now, if I was in Amazon and I broke that low 227.89, what you said?
Yep, that's what I said.
That would mean we'd have a buy failure, and the buy failure would take us to the target. What's the target on the roadmap today if it broke down?
A breakdown, let's see, the entry of the sell zone is 227.74 and the target is about 226.5, 226.5.
You think that's useful information to have, Jonathan, for people to know those numbers?
It definitely is, yep.
What do y'all think, folks? Y'all think it's important to know if you're in a stock like Amazon where you're wrong? Now, what about if you're right? You get above that high, your target should be what to the upside? Look, he's looking over at that gray area. We got the targets over there, all calculated for you. Where's the target if Amazon goes into a buy off of Genesis?
Just shy of 230.
That's your continuation day if that happens. Odds are it's not, but if it does, it's going to be a great trade. All right, no, what I'm saying is that if a market's been going strong, let me show you what I'm talking about. Like, let's look at the E-mini again. Put the E-mini in. I use everything from the E-mini. Put the E-mini in there. If the E-mini has a continuation day, what I'm saying is we're going to the target 68.88. 75% of all stocks will go up with that if that happens. Now, if the E-mini has a high, it's going to come down and test the top. You see that little 3 there, that bar that's got a 3 on it? Circle that, Jonathan, where you can see it. Even in an up day, it'll correct to that top of that bar. So you can diagram this out every day at this time of day and have some pretty good insights of what to do with your account. Everybody understand that? That could become a good buying area if it comes down to the top of there and hold, and then you get what I call a 2-bar reversal. And that's on the E-mini. Now give us another ticker to look at. Let's look at another ticker. Here's another ticker. I'll let Jonathan choose. He's the chooser. I'm just asking you to give us some ideas.
Let's look at Micron. They had earnings this week.
Okay, let's look at Micron. They had earnings after the close, didn't they?
They did.
And they went as high as what?
Let's see. Reference bar 3 high this morning was 263.5 or so. 263.5.
If I was interested in Micron, it would have to get above 263.5 for me to even think about buying it. Okay, that's Micron. Okay. Now, it's got to consolidate a little bit because that was a breakout move off of earnings. You can look down there at the earnings bar and you can see it's just, it's trying to go higher, and it should go higher, but you got to, I wouldn't play it today. I'd give it a little time to straighten out. Micron. It won't be one of my top picks today. Okay. Tesla's a good one. Jim is a great trader out of California. He's been trading about 30 years. He said the last 2 years following me, he's had more education, more success. Is that sort of captured what he said yesterday? I'm just telling you. But Tesla. All right, let's look at Tesla. Tesla's in an uptrend. If Tesla goes into the buy area, let's do the time. It's 11:30 to 12. From 12 to 12:30, you get higher than Genesis. Tesla's going up today. Well, where would it go? Look over there at that RB3, Jonathan. The top of that RB3 would be your target right there. Circle that one over there. Where is it, about 495, something like that?
Yeah, probably because the buy zone target is 494.
Yeah, 95. I'd say 95. If Tesla had a positive movement because of the setup, it's going to be a continuation of this uptrend today. That help you, Jim? Give you some ranges where you expect it? Okay. Carol says, helps me too. All right, any other tickers you want me to look at? You want me to look at Apple? Look at Apple. Put Apple in there. Apple today, first of all, opened. I always look 73.60, Jonathan, 73.60. Okay? That's where Apple opened. I would think for Apple to really get positive, get above about 75.55. That's what I would think. Brian wants us to do Palantir. Let's do Palantir. Palantir is into the buy area. If we get a continuation day on Palantir, what's the target on Palantir? We'll get a continuation day.
188.5, 188.5.
About $1.50 from here, right? If we get a continuation day. Okay.
Yeah.
Ben asked about J&J. Put J&J in there. I always like J&J. Now, what is J&J telling you today? J&J's telling you it's making lows into Genesis. If it makes another low, it's going to go to the target. What's the target on the low side of J&J?
Sell target 208.5.
And it's currently trading where?
About 209.
Yep. Yep, I wouldn't touch it. All right, now let's look at what I'm really going to focus on and show you how to. Has anybody ever heard the saying skin a cat? We don't want to skin a cat, but that's an old saying, Southern saying. And so what I want to do is put SLV in here. Okay. Now, if I'm trading futures, what's the high of that RB3?
High of RB3 looks like a penny shy of 60, so you can call it 60.
Okay. It went to 60.
Yeah.
Okay. So if it took out 60.11, let's say, then I'm talking futures. Everybody understand I'm talking futures, right? Everybody acknowledge I'm talking futures now. I switched over to futures because I'm looking at SLV here, right? If it goes above 60.11, then I would do a spread on futures. And the one I would do, well, I would do an 80-90 spread on futures, the one I would do. Okay? If that happened. And I'd do it on silver. If that's silver futures now. But what about if I'm not going to do, it's got 40 days to expiration, 40 days poly. Okay, now, yeah, silver futures has options. Now, let's talk about what I would do if I did SLV today, which I am going to do. How far would I go out? Well, if I go out on SLV, I'm going to minimize the fact that silver is really churning right now, okay? And I'm going to do a spread. I'm going to do a 3-wide spread on silver. It's going to be a 60-63 spread. Let's go look at a 60-63. This is on Genesis now, okay? Everybody understand? This is a spread.
Tom, I was typing up some notes into the Futures Plus. Make sure everybody heard that. The Telegram channel over there. What expiration did you say you wanted to use?
I'd like to go out January 26th if we got a 3-wide there.
We got a January 23rd, and it looks like we do have a
January 23rd. Then do you have a 3-wide?
Yep.
How much is the 60-63?
About $1.05.
Okay. So that would be where I would go with a spread. Why would I use a spread? That's a question you ought to be asking yourself as opposed to an outright buy it and run. Because the market is, I need time for, hit the daily real quick on SLV. That the daily? I need time for SLV to take out that high. And by buying time, I'm going to have, I don't know how many days, goodness gracious. How many days is that?
Let's see, out to Jan 23rd. That's 36 days. 36.
Okay,
days.
Let's just ask a common sense question. If silver's in an uptrend, and I think it's going to $80 a share, right? SLV. Do you think it'd be smart to buy at least 36 days of time with a spread to make money? Give me a yes if you think it'd be smart to do that. I do too. So how does Genesis play into it? Well, Genesis plays into it because if Genesis is positive and we take out the Genesis bar, you go back to a 30-minute, please. Read the high and low of Genesis.
I got a Genesis high on SLV up at 59.89, and the
Okay.
low 59.55 is the low.
Okay, but Genesis, in context with what's happened in silver today, is at the high end. Put Genesis against that RB3, Jonathan. Is it in the top half of RB3?
Sure looks like it to me.
Yeah, so I'd play the odds saying that Genesis, it might not go up today, but it wouldn't be a bad place to put a spread on out to January 23rd, because I'd be putting odds in my favor. Okay? And I'd only be paying $1, right, Jonathan, for a 3-wide spread.
Yep.
Everybody got it? That's a high odds trade. And I'm going to do that trade, but not right just now. Let's set it up, Jonathan, show them what they're looking at. Now, what you should do is get your brokerage account, if you want to do this trade, set up where you could do this trade if I throw down the gauntlet. I can tell you right now, I'm not going to throw the gauntlet down from a time basis until we get to about, time-wise, 12:30. But Genesis is playing a part in my thinking, telling me I don't do it, because what Genesis is telling me, folks, is I got a little time, no rush, but I want to do this trade in block number 2. It's one of my second trade on silver. Any questions about that? Y'all are to ask questions if you got any, because I'm going to tell you something. Silver is going to take out that high and we're going to get paid. Might not happen today, might not happen tomorrow. It should happen, I'd say, by Tuesday of next week. That's my estimate with an option.
Hey Tom, if say we get filled at $1.05 or less, what would you target on this one?
I'd get out at $1.24.
Okay. Thank you.
No, Carol, I wouldn't. No, 23rd of January, Mindy. Well, Neil, thank you. Let's do the trade. Let's buy the spread we identified, okay?
All right, we're go. We're going this trade, Tom? Yes?
Yeah, we're ready to dance. Let's do it.
Okay. There it is in the chat.
Mindy said, Tom, why did you say next Tuesday? Because I got a rule when it comes to options. And maybe I should have covered that. If I'm not making money in 3 days, I'm going to adjust the position. That's why Jonathan was very careful to say, hey, we're putting this trade in our TNT, our talking trade, because if I adjust it, I'll adjust it in there or I'll get out. But if you take it not part of TNT, then you're on your own. But what I'm saying to you, that 72-hour time window starts ticking from today. Everybody understand what I'm saying? Absolutely, Doc. Now, where would I know I had something really special? What price? I gave it to you. About 60-31 on this trade would tell me I got something really special. Let me ask, give me some feedback. Do you like the way I'm doing this marathon trading where we do a little education, we do a little bit, and we do trade number 2, right? Now, how would you like to be part of something that would spit out winning trades to you like I just did for you automatically? How many people would like that? All right, let me talk about Genesis, the algo. Let's go to Genesis, the algo. Genesis, the algo, we have in Telegram. We have it in Telegram, okay? That will give you the ticker, the entry price, the stop loss, and profit target when it sets up every day. So you set it and forget it. Tells you exactly how to do it, what option to buy, how many days out to go, and the price to pay, and your profit target, and where you're wrong. Okay? That's how it works. You opt in to get these alerts, they come right to you, and then your next entry alert. It works around the clock. Isn't that cool that I've had this program and it's right on a website where I don't have to tell you, like what I'm doing today is the old fashioned way. I'm showing you how it works and we're actually doing it, but this is the modern age way to know, right? Lynn, yes, there's a video that covers all that inside the Genesis program. Through our master class, okay? We answer your questions, do that. And anyway, I got a special price for Genesis today. Jonathan, I want to play the Genesis tape and let him watch that, and then we come back at the end of that, okay? So ask Adam to give the most current Genesis tape that we can play, showing the people don't listen to tape want to get in, they can get in. Yeah, Debbie, I said get in on SLV, didn't I? All right. That's the link you want to use. Don't lose the one on the recording he's going to play. Now, I think we got a recording we're going to play for you on Genesis because it gets into more detail. It's so important for you to learn this. I just want to make sure that you get the detail. DTItrader.com/special. What it means is instead of buying it for a year, if you buy it for a year, you get an extra 3 months today. If you've got any questions on that, you can call, okay? That's what you can do. Everybody got it? $15 months instead of a year. Perfect.
And Tom, I'll cue the video up as soon as I get one.
Okay. Okay, let me review before we turn on the video. I made a trade on the QQQ, a 3-wide spread. I made a trade on SLV, a 3-wide spread. Jonathan, repeat both trades we made so far at the halfway point.
All right, trade number 1. I will showcase it here on the screen. Was a QQQ, a debit call spread expiring January the 9th. Buying the 625 call and selling the 628 call. For a net debit, we got in around $1.02, and our target exit is $1.19 or higher. Good till canceled. So again, that's a debit call from the QQQ expiring out to January 9th. Buying to open the 625 call, selling to open the 628 call. Got filled around $1.02, and our target's $1.19. Good till cancel. That was from earlier today. And then the one we just did was this silver trade here. I'll post that into the chat as well, and then go full screen so you can see it better. This is also a debit call spread. This one's on ticker symbol SLV, silver. It expires out January 23rd. Okay, buying the 60 call, selling the 63 call to form a 3-wide debit spread. Paying around $1.05 with a target of $1.24. Good till cancel.
Okay. Have you got the one to play yet?
Yeah, I did find one, the good one that you and Graham did. It's a very good presentation.
All right, let's listen to that. Folks, I'll be watching the market. When we come back, we'll go to block number 3. And when we come back, I've got a real special trade for block number 3.
Hey everybody, welcome to Genesis. Today you're going to see the fully automated Genesis algo that tips us off to moves each and every day ahead of time. You can see my brokerage shot there from one of them that I took just recently with my own money. Now, we develop tools and strategies to the best of our ability, but no one can guarantee the future. There's always a risk of loss when trading. In fact, winners and losers are bound to happen. So never go all in. Don't risk more than you can afford to lose. And you can see more information on this on our homepage. Now, our whole purpose of our research is to give you an edge when it comes to trading. But remember, losers have happened and they will happen again. So if you're new and you're just worried about getting started, maybe start paper trading for a while. But we're going to do the best to make your experience great. Now, my name is Graham Lindman, and when I was only 15 years old, I began trading under the mentorship of a former banking VP, Tom Busby, who taught me the driving principles of the stock market. And within my first year under his wing, we were able to double my $100,000 trading account, taking it north to $250,000 in what felt like no time. Now, this was paper trading because I wasn't even 18 at the time, but just to show you the power of Tom's principles. And that officially kickstarted my investing career, and I've never looked back. Using some of those same principles he taught me, I was able to double my account in 2021. This was my Robinhood account back then, up over $33,000. And some of his principles are behind many of the successful trades from our opening playbook sessions. Anytime you hear me talk about price action or looking at key numbers, that came from Tom. He's the one that taught me that. Well, recently I got a call from Tom with some groundbreaking news. You see, using these same market driving principles, he's actually been able to build out what might be the most hands-free trading weapon that has ever existed. And you guys here are going to love this because we know that you love trading with us every day. And this is actually in our quiet hour here on Opening Playbook where you can get some more action. Now, it's a next generation smart algo that automatically sends you high-powered trade alerts on autopilot nearly every single day. That means while you're out doing things you love, away from the screens, or maybe just grabbing lunch, whenever you hear that ding in your pocket, you know another high conviction trade has been dialed up. For example, like on October 7th, you could have been grabbing lunch at your favorite restaurant, heard that ding in the pocket, pushed a few buttons to set the trade, and turned an 88% gain there overnight. Maybe Tuesday, you were out taking a hike, getting some fresh air, and that day you got the ding in the pocket, 91% gain overnight here. Wednesday, let's say you're playing tennis. That sounds fun. I wish I could get out in the middle of the day and go play tennis. That would be awesome. But you hear that ding in your pocket, 48% gain there. We can go over and over again. Thursday, 96%. Friday, 107% gain there over the weekend. Now, if someone started with $1,000 in each after only 5 quick trades and maybe 15 minutes of your time, that could have been an extra $4,314 in trading profits over the week, all thanks to a brand new fully automated smart algo that we call Genesis. And I love this. You guys are going to see some research here today that's going to shock you, dissecting the different market hours of the day, and it's going to be really, really eye-opening. Now, to set the stage, Genesis isn't like your old-fashioned trading software indicator. This smart algo requires zero oversight. Each automatic alert includes everything you need to trade on the go. You get the stock ticker, entry price, profit target, stop loss, and even an individual chart, as you can see right there. Now, that means instead of sitting at your desk, wasting hours of your day, hunting for new trading setups, you can have a chance to target the next win while doing the things you love. Now, the Genesis algo is the culmination of over 40 years of market experience, T-Buzz's market experience, and it's all automated, all in one place. And it's unlocking a whole new way to trade the stock market. For example, like back on September 12th, at the time, the QQQ, dead in the water. Not much to write about there, but thanks to Genesis running 24/7 around the clock, you could have been out for a morning bicycle ride, or maybe you were sitting at the desk like me. Either way, you get the ding right there and read that the QQQ was on the verge of breaking out over the next hour with a 78% confidence rating based on the results from a 16-month study. And anybody who could have set the trade with a few clicks of their phone, maybe invested $2,000, when everything worked out, it hit the profit target there, and you could have pocketed an extra $1,723. Look at that. It said it was going to break out over the next hour. What happened? It broke out. Now, a quick $1,000 from one trade is great, but that's not even close to the best part. You see, unlike a lot of trading strategies out there, with Genesis, we don't need to wait days or weeks for the next entry signal either. Genesis is automatically generating these extremely accurate trade signals up to 5 times per day. And as you'll see in a moment, it's not just at any random time. It's very, very specific, making your job even easier. Now, that means this smart algo literally generates an abundance of trade opportunities each and every day. For example, like the 3 trades that would have hit on the same day. September 12th here, GLD, 76%, 164% on SPY, 270% on IWM. Now, of course, it shouldn't go without saying that the markets don't come with guarantees. There's no magical button for instant wealth. Now, our internal audit that overlaid the options trade on the live trade signals showed remarkable results. But obviously, we can't promise anything in the future. So if you're looking to get rich overnight, do yourself a favor and log off now. But if you're looking for an undeniable edge, a new way to trade the markets unlike anything that we've ever seen before, then look no further. Because with Genesis, you'll always have a constant stream of alerts firing off in your back pocket to choose from, with tickers that are leading the pack, the tickers that are breaking out in the next few hours. So no more headaches staring at confusing chart patterns, no forcing low probability trades. Genesis does all the heavy lifting for you automatically. So if you want to be one of the first in the world to have a behind the scenes look at this incredible trading breakthrough, then stay tuned, because by the end of this broadcast, a handful of folks will be able to jump in on the next stock Genesis flag to break out today, literally within the next few hours, targeting what could be the next great move. So if you want in on the next opportunity, I want to hear from you right now. Post Genesis there in the chat, and I think our chat's closed, so I won't even be able to see it, but go ahead and do it for fun and let David Mound hear you. So let's go ahead and do it. Like I mentioned a moment ago, my name is Graham Lindman, and you might recognize me from my flagship Perfect Apple trade or heard about my famous wrap orders, which has helped folks see doubles in their trading. Now, as much as I'd love to take all of the credit and tell you that I'm a self-made 6-figure trader who figured it out all on my own, well, that would simply not be true. You see, my trading career dates all the way back to nearly 20 years ago, down in Mobile, Alabama, meeting one-on-one with one of the greatest traders of our lifetime. His name is Tom Busby. Now, Tom got started in the markets back in the 70s, and since then, he's been featured all over the place. His books are still one of the most valuable resources I know of for traders at all levels, whether you're just getting started or if you've been at it for a few decades like we have. There's a lot of insights in there. And much of Tom's success dates back to when he was handpicked, get this, handpicked by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange to receive his very own Globex terminal. This was a huge, huge deal. He was one of only 50 in the world to get this new technology. Now, that gave him insights to the markets that almost no one else had at the time. And it even helped him manage a firm so successfully that it was eventually bought out by the $1.3 trillion institution, Morgan Stanley. And now that he's walked away from Wall Street, he's been on a mission to show everyday folks how to tap into some of the same methods that have been kept away from the average Joe. And you guys can see some of the stories here. Of course, you saw some in the chat earlier. Bruce here, when I follow you, I make money. Tom is committed to helping you all the way through the trade. Bobby, program's amazing, over $2,000 today. Emmanuel here, you're a great teacher, made around $2,200 from one trade. Keep up the good work. So Tom, take it away from here. Show us what Genesis is all about.
Well, thanks, Graham. And you know, one of the nice things about it, it takes a lot of work to get the right information. Embracing technology with Genesis allows us to do that. In a moment, I'll reveal how Genesis identified breakout stocks averaging 78% win rate during our 16-month audit. But first, it's important to remember there's no get-rich button when it comes to trading. So please, once you get your hands on this tool today, and everybody here ought to do that if you want to be a better trader, because it does a lot of the work for you. It leads you to the right answer. Be smart, don't over-leverage yourself. You see, Genesis is designed to radically change when you enter trades and how you look at the markets. Most people believe buying fear and selling greed is the key to becoming a successful trader. I'm sure you've heard Warren Buffett's famous saying, buy when others are fearful and sell when others are greedy. And while that's generally a great approach in theory, try it emotionally. The sad reality is it's practically impossible for the average trader to execute that strategy. When fear is at its peak, the urge to sell can be overwhelming, which almost always turns out to be the wrong decision. And when greed takes over, the temptation to keep riding the wave can lead to devastating losses. So if you ever made critical mistakes in your own trading because you felt the fear of missing out or the fear of losing money, it's not your fault. As a human, these emotions are hardwired in your brain as a basic survival instinct. What you need is a way to overcome these human handicaps using a more practical, data-driven approach. One that helps you get a clear picture when stocks on the verge of breaking out. For example, check out what happened back on July the 9th. At the time, the S&P 500 was stuck, going nowhere fast. Most traders would have had no clue the S&P was about to break out or crash to new lows. But if you knew on this candlestick right there, despite a high probability of breaking out the next day with a 78% success rate, of course you'd buy it. You'd have the confidence to do it. And you didn't have to be at the computer to catch that trade either. In fact, you could have been out playing a little golf. That ding also comes with this. You need that ding. Automatically receive the entry signal with the stop loss and profit target criteria to practically set it and forget it. Click a few buttons from your cell phone. It's that simple. And watch as the SPY hit a profit target the very next day. 73% gain on that one. But that's not even the best part, because the very next day, hey, I was out throwing the football, heard that ding, placed that quick trade, and was paid before I went to eat that night. 96% gain on the SPY.
Tom, that's incredible. I mean, $2,000 into each would have paid out $3,406 in profit. That's additional profit on top in only 24 hours. And that's on charts that gave almost no directional bias to the naked eye. But Genesis was able to turn it into not one, but two big winners. So Tom, I need to know, how is Genesis able to predict these quick breakouts over and over again, sometimes multiple in a single day?
That's the question I'd be asking. It all thanks to these market breakouts that happen during one specific hour of the day. 12 o'clock Eastern. Write that time down. Don't leave here without writing that time down. I call this time the Genesis hour. Now, most so-called experts will lead you to believe that the stock market's dead during the middle of the day, like watching paint dry. That couldn't be further from the truth. Look at that chart right there. It tells everything. each hour of the day, the importance of that hour, the morning hours, midday, and the afternoon. And as you clearly see, there's hardly any money made during the opening or closing hours of the day, just noise to take your money. The real money is made during the Genesis hour, getting that direction. Anyone can identify the stocks breaking out during the Genesis hour, can repeatedly target these quick moves. Hey, look at the Russell 2000 in the news lately. On June the 17th, anyone watching the opening hours of the day might assume that small caps are ready to head lower. Of course, knowing what you know now, you wouldn't have been shocked by the morning drop. But then during the Genesis hour, everything changed. 4 out of 5 days it changes. With Asia and Europe markets closed, the noise gone, you're able to quickly see that the Russell 2000 was breaking out. Been alerted right away, automatically, comes right to you, and look what came next. 114% gain.
In one day.
Yeah. What should happen again on July 16th? In the morning, the markets drifted around, taking your money, not a ton of directional bias. But during the Genesis hour, Wall Street showed their cards and IWM started breaking out. What a massive opportunity, what they call the boring lunch hour. Genesis algo would have automatically sent the entry alert on IWM, tell you where to get in, how to get in, and when to get out. Anyone that taken that trade would have taken about 30 seconds, 125% gain. This should get your attention.
Yeah, that is awesome.
If that's not good enough for you, what you happen one more time a few days later on July the 22nd, that morning noise, Genesis hour breakout, here we go. Automatically entry, built-in option selection, away we go. 280% gain on that one.
Wow, that's nice. Tom, that's really, really cool. It's cool how you were able to break down the morning trade session, the afternoon trade session, and then what happens right in the middle of the day, tipping off Wall Street's hand. Now, Tom, $1,000 in that last trade alone, just that single trade, would have paid out $2,800 in profit overnight. If you were more confident, started with $2,500. We're looking at $7,000 in pure profit. Now, that's enough cash that could cover a few months of the car payment, maybe cut down some credit card debt, or simply just throw it in the savings account, or maybe one of the great stocks that we have picks for you here on Opening Playbook, all from one 24-hour trade. Now, Tom, I have to admit, I think this data may come as a shock to most everyone here in the room. I mean, I've been told countless times that there's no money to be made during the day, especially during that lunch hour, because everyone is off to, grab lunch, or they're just taking a break. I was always told the middle of the day might be a quieter time, but the actual data here that you dug up for us tells us a completely different story. You guys can see there just how bullish that noon to 2 p.m. Eastern hours are. Very, very
I call it the noon balloon.
I love it. So why are stocks breaking out during the middle of the day, during this Genesis hour?
Well, Graham, there's something really important that happens during this hour. The Genesis hour is the first time in the day that stocks are able to move freely on their own, meaning all the other world markets are closed and we're focused on the U.S. Most people assume the trading day starts with 9:30 opening bell. That's not the case. The day starts much earlier the previous night with Asia, then Europe. By the time the U.S. markets open, it's totally cluttered and filled with noise, overnight orders and all that during the morning action. It's nearly impossible to figure out what Wall Street's really doing. And it's nearly impossible to find out which stocks are really breaking out. However, with the 12 o'clock Eastern rolls around, something really special happens. It's the first hour of the day that the overseas markets are closed, and it's the first time that we see Wall Street trading freely on their own without the noise from international markets. That's why you'll see so many opportunities during the Genesis hour, because the worldwide competition has been eliminated and U.S. traders are running the show. And anyone who can spot stocks breaking out during the 12 o'clock Genesis hour can then jump in ahead of what could be your next major move. Hey, take a look at what happened on August 19th. At the time, the stock market was chopping around, going nowhere fast, not much directional bias, just market noise. But during the Genesis hour at 12, once the international markets were done for the day, S&P started breaking out. What happened next? That was a clear signal Wall Street was buying up stocks in the first real hour of their trading day, and the markets could go roaring higher. Anyone who placed a quick trade could front run the move, would have seen a 45% gain on that day. Then take a look at what happened next. August 21st, S&P was dropping in the morning. That was just a bunch of noise. right on time during the Genesis hour. Wall Street took complete control. Overseas competition was eliminated, and the markets were officially breaking out. Now you could be out to lunch with some of your best friends, heard that ding in the pocket, letting you know that S&P 500 was on the move, giving you specific criteria to take advantage of the opportunity at hand. Anyone who clicked a few buttons to follow along could have seen a 67% gain on the spot. Love to trade spot.
Tom, this is amazing. I have to say, I've never heard anything like this before, but the proof is in the pudding. And it's really, really cool how you're able to turn what most people think is a boring part of the day into great winners like this, 45%, 67%, and many more. In fact, anyone following along with your Genesis algo could have seen not 2, not 3, but 6 opportunities that week. They're coming one after the other here. And all 6 of those actually would have won. So it would have been a pretty nice week going 6-0. Even a small $500 into each of them would have paid out $1,268 in profit for the week, which
annual about 60,000, Grim.
That's exactly right. It's not a life-changing sum of cash, thinking $1,200, but that's definitely enough to move the needle, especially considering that the week before, look at this, guys, 5 for 5 with the Genesis algo. This thing is red hot. When Tom showed you those stats at the beginning of today's class, he really means it. He is on fire with this way of trading. 4 of which of those would have paid over 100%. So $500 into each that week would have paid $2,789 in profit for the week.
Over 100,000. You got a pay raise so that week.
That's right. That is a pay raise. And that reminds me of what some of your top students have said in the past. Here we have Hugh from Minnesota. Made $3,656 in a single day. That's awesome. Jim P, total of $2,060. Great way to start the month. Please pass along my thanks to Tom. And then there's Ken. He says, I love the simplicity. It's a great tool to trade. Picking up an extra $3,200 today.
I love it every time I call in love letters I get from the students, but my best students like Hugh, Jim, and Ken know that with all traders, bound to be winners and losers, so never go all in on a single trade. Luckily, you don't have to. In a moment, I'll show you how you're able to leverage these quick moves with explosive, cheap options that only run about $100 a contract. That's right, $100 a contract. So you can always start small and grow it and scale it over time.
Wow, Tom, only $100. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone here can afford to get in on that. That's $1 per contract, folks. So, Tom, tell us, do we just wait for 12 p.m., that Genesis hour to roll around, and then just buy any stock going higher at noon?
Well, if you wanted to do that, I'm sure you'd get some solid results. But, of course, in order to get the optimum returns, I wouldn't buy any stock going higher during the Genesis hour. Instead, I want to know which tickers are the strongest in the markets they're in. And the fastest horse, the one leading the pack, the secretariat of the bunch, leading the breakout. Now, if you've been following what I've been doing for any amount of time, you may have heard me talk about my custom-built trading technology. It's Power Zone. It's a revolutionary tool that my team built to isolate stocks breaking out during the week. The Power Zone takes into account multiple key numbers, including the high and low prices of the reference bars across 5 different 30-minute candlesticks and 1% average true range calculations in each individual stock. Now, the tool cost us north of $500,000 to get up and running, but it's been worth every penny, as you see from what we've been doing. Whenever a stock crosses into the Power Zone during the Genesis hour, that means it's leading the pack and breaking out. And you can place these quick trades, let Wall Street do the heavy lifting for us. Once I optimize the Power Zone for intraday charts, I'll be in live trading it with my own money on the line, manually tracking each entry, each exit, each profit result. And I have to say, they're even better than I thought they originally were going to be. Look at this model portfolio, 278% account growth during our 16-month audit. Now that stands pretty high on the ladder right there.
Mm-hmm. And a 78% win rate, that's really, really good.
Yep. As impressive that is, we wasn't satisfied. We keep improving it, so we've taken it to the next level and automated the whole thing. That means no more time glued to a half dozen screens, no more back of the napkin math. Your life just got a whole lot easier. The signal normally comes right about 12:05 Eastern time each day, and we place a quick trade to take advantage of it, knowing that our Results are about 78% accurate from that. Like with gold on September the 24th. Not much going on during the morning trading hours, just noise. Then right on time, right during the Genesis hour, gold was breaking out into the power zone, meaning there was a good chance that gold would carry on higher with 78% confidence rating based on our exhaustive study. Automatically, now folks, automatically alerted you right there around 12:05 with the entry, ticker, entry price, where you're wrong, and your profit target. Details are all included. Anyone who would placed a quick trade to follow along could have seen an 83% gain on that one.
Wow.
Now, the program has been fixed to specifically target the breakouts on the biggest and most liquid tickers out there, the SPY, the QQQ, IWM, GLD, USO. That way you can automatically target the fastest horse in the race. Once the smoke clears at noon, U.S. traders take over during that hour, Genesis hour. Then we simply piggyback on their move, riding next breakout. Like the trade that happened on September 11th, one of the best results we've seen so far. Again, the markets were chopping around just like the data shows, but then right on time during the Genesis hour, the QQQ was breaking out into the power zone. And sure enough, a massive rally came next. And if you had Genesis working for you automatically in your pocket, you'd have heard that ding with the entry details, everything spelled out, and away you'd go. And after taking about 30 seconds to place that trade, going back to whatever you were doing. And 24 hours later, cashed out with a 266% gain on that ticker, QQQQ.
Thomas,
Invested on that one would have paid out $2,663 and some odd cents profit overnight.
Yeah, overnight there. I mean, and if someone was more confident, maybe start with 5 times as much. We're talking about 13 grand overnight. Now, most folks I know of would love to make that type of money in a month. I would love to make that type of money in a month off of one trade, let alone in 24 hours. So tell me, is it really just that easy?
Depends on who you ask, Graham. Running countless strategy tests, working with market data, sophisticated programs to build this tool was not easy. But fast forward to today, getting a simple entry alert to your phone with all the information needed to take the trade. Riding a bike may be more difficult than following along with Genesis. I simply wait for Genesis to alert me that during that time of day, right around noon, and if I like the trade, click a few buttons and I'm all set. For example, look what happened last June. Monday, June the 10th, no action on the SPY in the morning as expected. Then during the Genesis hour, here it comes.
All right, guys. Jonathan lost power, so that video got a little bit interrupted. So it wasn't you freezing, Melinda. It was screen going blank. Let's see what we've got going on here. Looking at some of the slides that were being put together. What are we on? Might as well go ahead and review some of these trades. So let's go back in here. Trade number 1 on the QQQ, the debit call spread, January 9th expiration. It's around 1.0. Why the QQQ? And Tom sort of explained this at the time. Going into the new year, looking long term, buying the setup into the NASDAQ. So we've had the NASDAQ sort of push down a little bit as we wrap up the year here. And, you know, looking for some sort of a change in that as we get a little bit of a run up into January and see how that plays out. So the NASDAQ kind of ideally positioned. Why did he go out to the next month? It's not a day trade. He's looking for 20% over the next month. How's he using the roadmap? 2 steps. 1, look at the 2-bar pattern for higher high, higher low, and look for a move into the compass buy zone. All right, so let's take a look at roadmap here. And we've, of course, the market's changed a bit. Had a turnaround on the Genesis bar, change in direction, if you will, reversal. So the market comes down. We see the S&P pushing down to, what is it, 68.12. Take a look over at the dashboard. See a lot of red coming up here. Go into the QQQ. It's turned a bit as well, but you can see that still above the high of RB3. Scroll this up a little bit. Let's take a look at the E-mini S&P. Got this in here twice. Take one of them out. And you can see that the NASDAQ actually is hanging on a little bit better than the S&P. So QQQ, great price now. Yeah, you've had a bit of a price reduction. Market did change, and let's see how that plays through. Let's see, trade number 2, SLV debit call spread, January 23rd expiration. Bought to open 60, sell to open 63. Net debit around $1.05. Now we're going to come back a little bit later with trade number 3. Tom will be coming in with that information. Right now, what I'm looking for, does the market continue this push down, try and get below that 68.12 area, or are we going to come back up to 68.54.75? Tom, that month open, it really just keeps coming up again and again and again.
Yeah, I want to talk to him a little bit. Chuck, can you give me the, okay, you know, I'm often asked, Tom, why do I use spreads on the QQQ spread? Here's why. If you catch a trend with a spread, it's got a lot more elasticity to stay with it. Because let's just say you put $1,000 and you had 2 contracts, okay, and you just bought the outright call on the QQQ at 625, you would have paid roughly about $475, okay? Well, if you'd have paid $475 for that call, when the market sold off, you'd have probably got out and took a loss because it dropped to, that call dropped to about $4.30, which is 45 cents. And if you're doing size, you know, that could be an issue. So the reason I spread it, okay, is because I give myself a little elasticity for the trade to emerge, because it's not a day trade, it is a swing trade, okay? And if I look at a swing trade versus the long call, I'm down a few dollars, no matter if I did 10, 20, or 30. Does everybody understand why I spread a trade? Now, if I'm day trading, that's a different story, but I'm talking about using the technique I use today for the QQQ. Does everybody understand that? The key is I paid $1 roughly for this option, and I'm going to sell it for $1.20, and I give myself enough time for that event to occur. Okay? Does everybody understand that? I want you to understand that, because that's a very important point. If you don't spread your option trades, you're probably going to lose money unless, you know, you've got great experience and you can dance like a pro. Okay. But I always typically, if I like the trade when I did it, I said, I'm going to go on and do it because I see the market has turned. And the reason it's turned based on the numbers is because we got above the 68.55, the monthly open that Chuck was alerted of. And if you look at where we started last night on the E-mini, I use everything the E-mini. We started about 68.49. That was the opening price. And last night we started 67.92. I wrote that down wrong. 67.92, and we're well above that price, which tells me after the market selling off, not Monday and Tuesday, there's the odds are they're going to buy it back in, and we might have saw a turn. That's why I did it that way. I want everybody to understand the knowledge behind that. Now, you don't get a track record of being right 4 out of 5 unless you take, if you learn this from School of Hard Knocks, you don't get that kind of track record unless you got the right tools and you understand things. Now let me teach you something else, okay? And this is very important. Chuck, put the QQQ in there, if you will. Now I gave you, Chuck, it's hard for me to tell. Can you give me your other one that shows the white bar? You got that available?
When you say the other one that shows the white bar, what are we discussing?
The compass chart where I can look at a white bar. You got it set up that way you did for the class, I thought. It's easier to stay current with what I'm teaching something. There you go.
Yeah, let's do.
Put the QQQ in there, if you will. Okay. Go find Genesis bar. See, it's not white, Chuck.
Well, we're at swing. Let's go to intraday. So Genesis bar up here.
That doesn't help me. Which one is it? I want them to see this.
It's the Y bar, high of 612.90, low of 611.54.
Folks, and Chuck, you need to, like if we go public, you ought to keep it white, make everything consistent. We talked about that. But if you look there at that Y bar, Chuck, what was the low of that bar?
Low of that bar was 611.54, Tom.
611.54. Remember what I told you about Genesis, how valuable it is? It broke the downside, right? And you're not panicking because that's a normal thing. 4 out of 5 days, you're going to see a higher low during this time frame. And you judge it off RB3. Can you draw a circle RB3 where you can see RB3?
Yeah, RB3 right in here. Let me just go.
Yeah, can you draw a line on it or circle where they can see it?
Let's add in reference bar lines. Let's add in the RB frame. So you get the low of RB3. The high of RB3 is going to be up at 610.93. So let's try.
All right, write this number down. 610, what is it, Chuck?
610.93.
Right, so we're coming up. I want everybody to give me a yes. Understand, we're coming up into Genesis. Give me a yes if you understand that. The market did not have a continuation time period. It had the odds. 4 out of 5 days, a top is being formed. That's very helpful if you're short-term trading or doing things, but it's nice to know those numbers. It broke down. Well, how far does it break down? Go back and look at RB1, okay? You got RB1 there, they can see it.
RB1 on the QQQ, I think I'm missing a little bit of data here.
Do it on the E-mini. You just show it same thing. Do it on the E-mini. I know you got it on the E-mini, right?
ES or the NASDAQ?
Not NASDAQ, either one. I want to show an RB1. No, with futures, you record the opening from the night before, okay? So where was the opening? Where's the RB1?
RB1 right in here. This is opened at 25,223.
Can you circle it where they can see it, Chuck?
Let's see. That RB1 right in there in that little red
You're
circle.
saying in there. Okay, does everybody see it? Does everybody see where he's outlined that? And I'm using E-mini. This magnifies the point. We went from the low up to the high at Genesis. What I know to look for at Genesis, I look for a high 4 out of 5 days when we're headed high into that number. That is so valuable to you to know that. That's why the software is so valuable, okay? Then you got a correction. The correction was just a minor correction because it came down about a third of the move down. So that's why I was going long the QQQ, because odds favor once we take out that high. What is that high of Genesis today?
That high of Genesis today is 25,410.
Do it for the QQQ. I hate to keep going back and forth. We have a QQQ trade. That high today is a trigger number for another trade. If we get higher than that, you're gonna make money on this trade. I want everybody to say yes, they see it. This is the perfect illustration of that stat I gave you 4 out of 5 days. And use it. But the Genesis program outlines all that stuff for you. I'm just doing it manually in front of you. Now I understand Jonathan lost the tape of Genesis, and that's, we might give a link to you if you
Tom,
want to watch it.
I've got that tape. We can continue from where it left off.
Okay, you can continue. Let me look at the time. 12:40. We got time. How much more time you got on that, Chuck?
Well, we're 27 minutes into a 1-hour presentation, so about 33 minutes.
So let me ask everybody here. Y'all want me to continue on the presentation of Genesis, or do you want to take a small break and come back and get into block number 3?
Tom, I think we got time before we hit the open of RB4.
Right.
About 40 minutes, so we could do both. We could do the continuation of the video. That drops off with about 7 minutes to go until RB4 opens.
Yeah, RB4 he's talking about, folks, is the big reference bar in the afternoon we do live trading. So Monica suggests play the rest of the tape and then we come back on after that. Because I'm with you until I didn't put a limit on it, because I still got 2 more trades to do.
All right, well, we'll get that video running.
We're going to do it both ways. Mindy would like the link for the tape where she could watch it on her own, and we'll play it here for those that just want to listen to it and finish it up. Let's do it that way.
All right. That link in the chat room, and I'll get that video playing. We'll be back with you guys in about a half hour.
Sound like a plan.
Single week. And the best part is that's without any heavy lifting on our part, because your automated trading algo does the heavy lifting for you. It's the Genesis algo.
That's right, Graham. In fact, I made the algorithm so good it actually can replace me doing all this work. And with the astounding results we've seen, I'm ready to grant access to a few people here today to be part of it. You can start searching for the latest, greatest trading indicator, trading software. Requires you to manually do all the legwork, keep second guessing yourself, getting messed up with your emotions. Cut out the guesswork and pay attention to Genesis. Unlocking what could be your best trading year yet. So if you're ready to tap into the future of trading with an entirely new way, and I'm officially inviting you to take charge of your financial future with the power of Genesis. Genesis is the only smart algo I know that isolates stocks breaking out during the most powerful trading hour of the day. You won't hear anybody else talking about this. Automatically generating alerts with everything you need to trade on the go. Your entry price, your profit target, stop loss, everything you need, information, selecting the option right in the palm of your hand. Now, before I reveal the full list of breakout stocks at Genesis Flag today, let me walk you through how the membership is going to work. Every day, Genesis will scan through all the major indicators, tickers, biggest. When it flags one of these tickers breaking out during the Genesis hour, you'll immediately hear that ding in your pocket and the alert hits your cell phone or computer. Get the entry price, the ticker, where you're wrong, where you're right. All the details are included right there for you. Everything you need to target what could be your next great win. 51% gain on this one on the QQQ. 1, 2, 3. Think about the steps. 1, 2, 3. Access these alerts. Opt in to receive the automatic Genesis alerts via Telegram starting right now. That way there's no delay in getting your next entry. All the details on how to sign up can be found in your members portal that's hosted on the main website. No download required. And I'll walk you through that live during a masterclass I'm hosting. And we can expect an average of 2 to 5 alerts per day. You heard me, 2 to 5 per day.
That's a ton of fun right there, Tom. And now we normally wrap up these opening playbook sessions, 11:30 or noon or so. So this comes in perfect time, and they'd log off the opening playbook, and they're firing away trades from the Genesis algo, keeping the party rolling.
It's the best of the best, Graham, at this time of day. Now, look, if you want to trade the underlying stock with the Genesis alerts rise, that's okay. But if you want to target some of these big outside returns, like I showed you today, you got to use options. Now, if you're new to options, that's okay. I will show you and teach you what you need to know. You can use the most basic form of options available, which is the call or put options. Applying them to the Genesis trades is no harder than shooting a layup. And for those who want to dig a little deeper into options, other unique ways to leverage these Genesis alerts to target great firms, go to the Option Bootcamp 101. It teaches you what you need. Income plus. Now, I even teach you my personal method for selection high-powered weekly options that are low price, but have shown the power to pay massive returns. That way, any new members who join today are equipped to hit the ground running right out of the gate. For example, like the Genesis trade on October 11th. Anyone who got in on that one, 92 cents for $92 per contract, 107% gain. 84 cents, $84 per contract, 266% gain.
And Tom, that is dirt cheap. I love it. We've got options traders in the room packing the house each and every day. We've got sophisticated options traders too. They're going to eat this up. Someone put $2,500 into each of those. That would have been enough to pull $9,325 in cash. That's a good chunk of change. But your VIP coaching programs here at DTI already run north of $10,000 per year.
And I'm booked solid, folks. Let me tell you, this is something you want to have to trade with.
Oh, you definitely do. And again, $10,000 is not out of the equation to join. I think my parents paid probably pretty close to that to get me working with you when I was still in high school. So I think that the price tag would be more than fair considering that there's nothing else quite like Genesis out there. So what's it going to be?
Well, not going to be 10,000. We set up an amazing deal because I'm here with Graham right now before we open these doors. Get ready. Here's what gets me really excited about it. 83% gain, 150% gain, 164 in just a couple of days. This is what you want to have every day to look at. I reworked algo first when certain tickers are breaking down during the day, and you can make money when it goes down. And Wall Street is aggressively selling. Not only do these Genesis downside trades work, there's a clear-cut path to target some big outside moves with those. Entry, profit target, stop loss, everything you need to take advantage of. But let me be very clear. These downside trades have the same profit potential as upside ones. Now, I'm not just saying that. Some of the biggest opportunities from the study have been downside moves. For example, consider the 3-day market crash we saw back in July. Each day, the Genesis algo picked up a short opportunity during that span, and each one would have been a home run trade. That means over the fence, folks, over the fence. 168%, 283%, 324%.
Tom, those were all back-to-back trading to the downside. $2,000 into that last one alone. If you missed the first two and only caught the last one, which you're never going to miss them. They're always at 12, so you know when to check. But $8,480 overnight, and that was just one of the 3 downside trades that hit that week. So with this Genesis downside trade included as a bonus, it's no surprise that the price for this exclusive membership, guys, $4,295 per year. And that's what you'd see on the main website as well. $4,200 for 1 year of access.
But if you take action here today, here's a couple surprises I have up my sleeve, and they're going to shock you. Bonus number one, we're going to take, right here in this webinar, give you $500 off the sticker price, but not just that. Like I mentioned a minute ago, just shown the power to pay out up to 5 times per day. So if you take action right now, we're going to give you that $500 discount times 5.
I love it.
That means $2,500 off. Now take the price from $42.95 down to $17.95 for total access.
Tom, that means that the current run rate and the types of opportunities you've shown us, if everything goes as planned, the entire membership could be paid off in less than a week. We saw many weeks here today from these examples where those string of trades paid over $2,000 with no compounding and starting with like $500. So after that, everything's just icing on the cake. Like some of your students have seen. Prim said, I subscribed last Friday, already recovered my capital plus $1,000 extra. That's icing on the cake. Whitney says, made my cost of subscription plus $500 in the very first week. Grateful to have found you.
You know, I'd love to see these new people that join us today, Graham, have the whole membership get covered early. I call it a scholarship, and that's why I'm going to give them bonus number 2. Half off because we're live for action takers today. We're going to do something to make this an absolute no-brainer. For new members of Genesis today, I'm slashing the already discounted, heavily discounted price another half. Oh, give me a break. $897 for a year? This special $897 offer is only guaranteed for the first 250 people. Take action now. Take it. Take it before they go. If at any point the customer service team feels we've got to cut it off, we'll cut it off.
Yeah, and folks, trust me, you do not want to miss out on this. Be ready to act fast because, guys, this is an insane deal. $897 for access. That is just, Tom, you've done something special here. Tom, last time we did spots, we sold out in less than 2 hours. And now, you know, given that we had over 500 people here today, the limited spots, the new trade coming here in about 30 minutes, these are going to fly off the shelf. So, guys, we're going to post that link here in the chat for you to join. If you click that link in the chat, you are going to get the live webinar discount included. That's going to cut the price from $17.95, which was that discounted rate Tom was proposing earlier, and he's slashing in half for the opening playbook here. Guys, or you can give us a call, 904-706-3532. You want to get Genesis in your toolbox. Again, it's really perfect because we'll do some trading here in the morning on opening playbook, log off around 11:30 or noon, and then you're right to Genesis, keeping the party rolling. So click that link in the chat to get started. If you want to get in for that just incredible deal, Tom, that you put together here today. I thought it was going to be closer to $2,500 for this.
I did too, Graham. I saw that price. I got shocked.
It's a really, I mean, guys, it's a no-brainer. And then get this, guys. Once you take one of the best deal memberships, don't close the next page. You guys know we like to do this. On that next page, you can get lifetime access to Genesis. That means no renewal fees, no annual subscription, nothing like that. One-time payment, it's yours to keep. Plus, get this, the lifetime members will also get free access to the Genesis Algo Indicator.
Gotta have it. Gotta have that indicator.
Now, up until now, Tom is only offering the Genesis entry signals on those 5 most popular tickers. Very, very liquid tickers that give us a clear picture of where Wall Street is headed that day. However, Tom and his team just published an indicator that unlocks these Genesis signals on every single ticker in the market. Now, starting today, you can get instant access to it for free. I mean, you can find even more of these epic setups on even more stocks all on your own time. And you know the time, right around noon, each and every day during that Genesis hour when the overseas markets are closed, we get a clear picture of what Wall Street is doing, and you get to ride their coattails. So make sure you upgrade your account to lifetime, especially with this deal today. You're going to save a ton of money. But remember, this is a limited offer at this price. It's an opening playbook special. I would not be shocked to see us sell out very, very fast. Again, last time we did a limited deal, sold out in 2 hours. So that would be like selling out before 2 p.m. today. So after that, Once we hit that number, Tom's going to get with this team. They're going to figure out what they're going to set the price at, but it's going up from there. So don't miss out. You guys know spots go quick here.
Hey, I can't wait to get you in here. You're going to love it. In fact, get used to checking that clock at 12:05. And as a welcoming present, inside your members portal, you're going to see another bonus value at $995 you can access immediately for free. This special cheat sheet we put together to help you have a broader picture. I'll give you insight on all the stocks that Genesis scans in real time. If you want to claim that special bonus, then you have to sign up now. And for gold members, you know who you are. Call in as well, because I've instructed our team to give you a special bonus so good you'll be jumping out of your seat. Go to dtitrader.com/Genesis or call that number 904-706-3532.
And guys, new Genesis entries are going to be waiting for you here in about 30 minutes. So don't delay. If you're interested in this, click that link in the chat, get it locked in, get in that private Telegram and get rolling. Now, Tom, I know that you've been working hard at this for a while, and I've been very impressed with the results that you've seen. I actually took a trade from Genesis, T-Buzz. I don't know if I told you this. This was my brokerage screenshot. I made 315% on the QQQ trade. This is just basic call options in a single day. So even $500 into that one would have paid $1,575 in profit. That's enough to cover the whole membership in one trade and still have about $700 left over. And knowing you and the work you've done helping so many people over the years, I'm really not surprised. You guys have heard some of these stories, but let's keep on rolling here. Dickens, $1,930 in profit in less than 4 days, my top money-making strategy. Nancy says, last Friday, made $1,606 net gain. Never had so much fun in my live trading. And that's the cool thing about here. Genesis is a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun in these live trade rooms. Genesis, like I said, keeps that party rolling where you're not going to have to wait weeks for a new entry or weeks hold time, guys. These are very, very precise and quick trades. Enter at right around 12 p.m. each day, and you have the opportunity to hit your profit target that very day. Denise says just closed with a $400 profit, up $2,000 since it started. Denise has a small account to trade, so that's a big, big deal to her. IDP, 100% success rate on the 4 trades, almost a 100% return in a single week. And I can go on and on, guys. Just look at all of these stories. George has been trading for 28 years, and he says Tom is one of the best traders I have ever met in my life, but he's also a heck of a guy. Very humble and down to earth, which is rare for a trader. DB Cooper says, I'm up $12,000 on AMD in 3 trades. Sylvian, Tom, I joined last week. Thanks for the COP trade. Closed that with $2,249 in profit, subscription paid. KP Nadu said, thanks for this service, Tom. I've made my subscription back in the first week. Robert, over $2,000 today. Everyone should be a part of it. And obviously we have so many stories like that. So if you're watching right now, go ahead and join the club. Secure your Genesis membership at the best deal before time runs out, and then upgrade to lifetime. That's a no-brainer to do that now while you have that half off discount rolling. You're just going to save yourself about $900 to $1,000 by doing that today. So go to dtitrader.com/Genesis or give us a call, 904-706-3532 to get started.
If there's one thing I want you to remember from class today, it's this. As you can clearly see, a lot of money's lost during those opening hour and closing hour, just a lot of noise. The real money's made during the Genesis hour. We have the algo that will give you and tee it up for you. And that's the beautiful thing about it. Look at the Russell 2000 small cap index. There it is. Open hours, nothing. Knowing what you know now, you knew to look at your watch during Genesis and everything changed. And there it is. When Asia and Europe markets are closed, the noise gone, we were able to quickly see the Russell 2000 was breaking out. Alerted right away, automatically, it takes you right to the next step, where to enter, where to exit, and where you're wrong. 114% gain on that one.
And one single day. Now that is fun.
Watch it happen again on July the 16th. In the morning, the market drifted slightly higher, not a ton of directional bias to base the trade on. IWM started breaking out right at noon. Once during those boring lunch hours, as Wall Street tells you, you're going to be doing something different, aren't you? Genesis Algo would automatically send you the entry alert on IWM, place the trade, 30 seconds to place it, 125% gain, off you go. And that is not enticing enough. watch it happen one more time a few days later. July the 22nd, morning noise, Genesis hour breakout. Here we go. Automatic entry with built-in option selection, profit target, and stop loss. 280% gain.
That is awesome, guys. Click that link in the chat to get started, Tom. I love what you've done here. I love getting a taste of it myself with over 300% return on my first trade there. Now, guys, if you want to wait around, I'm sure we'll have this available at that discount at the 5 times discounted price at $1,795, $1,795. But if you want to be smart and save yourself about $900, just click that link in the chat right now to lock in the opening playbook half off live webinar discount, guys. It's a limited time offer. You know that these spots tend to go quick. And Tom, this really should not be running for less than $1,500 a year at the rock bottom pricing. So the fact that you've brought it to us today at $897 for a full year makes it a no-brainer. Then add the lifetime in on top of that. I mean, you guys are saving thousands of dollars here. Now, if you'd like to, just give us a call at 904-706-3532. They can walk you through the membership and everything you're entitled to. Now, Tom, like I mentioned earlier, this notion that stocks are actually most active and bullish during the 12 p.m. hour is so backwards from what most people were taught. And when you first told me about it, I thought you were joking because I had just assumed everyone goes to lunch, Wall Street gets quiet, but really it's just the opposite. And I did my own research too, and I came to the same conclusion. Look at this report over the last 10 years. You guys know I love data. You know I love pulling numbers. Give this a look. What you're looking at is the average movement of the S&P 500 during each hour of the day. So look up here. Here's your legend key. 9:30 to 11 a.m., that's that blue line. 11 to 12, that's that red line. They net out to basically nothing. But check this out. Okay, there you go. Market open, 11 a.m., so on and so forth. Check this out. What's the yellow line? This is the one making all the money, right? Let's find it here on our key. It's that Genesis hour, 12 to 1. And it's not even close. It's a landslide. Again, I pulled my own data here, Tom, just to see for myself if this is really a very legitimate phenomenon. You guys can see it firsthand here. It's not even close. The Genesis hour is where the money's at, so you don't want to miss out on it. And guys, the next window opens up here in what, 21 minutes? Oh, now 20 minutes. So we are just—
And Graham, you leave that emotional heartbreak behind you. Look at that yellow line you're talking about. It's like selling after you get that particular time of entry. It's unbelievable how good this is.
That's really, really cool. We're always looking for little, caveats in the market and little phenomenons that we can tap into and exploit. This is one that really blows my mind here because you have all these other hours kind of down here, kind of in the middle. There's some good ones, some bad ones. This one is just sticking out like a sore thumb. It's the money-making hour. So don't miss out on the newest entries, guys. Click that link in the chat to get started or give us a call. Remember, today we've got that special $897 discount, which really makes it so easy for everyone to get started. There's no reason you shouldn't get rolling with the Genesis algo today. Now, Mr. Mound, I know we went for a while here and I didn't get to see all the questions in the chat. If you don't mind jumping in here, getting with Tom here to answer a few of those questions to take it home. I'm going to go ahead and jump over to the Genesis Telegram and go look for that first trade.
Absolutely. Great job, guys. Tom, this is awesome. And I remember when Tom first showed me the Genesis algo, and I was just super impressed. And it's really cool stuff. So once we get into this stuff, we wind up using private messages in the chat, so you won't see any of the questions there, Tom, but I'll read them to you. So one question is roughly, how much does it cost to get into some of these trades? And I know it varies quite a bit. If you can kind of give people a range.
Yeah, typically I will go with about around $1, which is $100 per option. I will go up maybe to $3 if it's depending on the movement we've had and how we get there. But the nice thing about it, the market waits on no one. The action time, what you're looking for, and it's sort of a process that I put together that allows you to automatically have that process without 30 or 40 years experience. To pick, to make it here, there was a lot of ones that got thrown out to get to these key tickers.
Absolutely. And I think one of the cool things, and actually somebody mentioned this in the chat, didn't have a chance to I didn't want to interrupt you to read it or whatever, but somebody said Tom doesn't just make you money with his good trades, but one of the best things he does is keeps you out of the bad ones. And I think that's, that speaks miles toward kind of the, what you have as far as discipline and discretion and stuff like that, and what your experience brings to the table as far as, not just taking a trade to take a trade.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can screw up a good trade,
Right.
but I find most of the ways to do that is either a click error or something stupid or emotions getting in the way. With this process, and you focus on this time frame and you say, hey, I'm going to make those trades that set up that I'm comfortable with, you will see a big improvement in what you've done in the past if you do that one step. One step, the time to go, and it tells you this ticker's ready.
Now, do they have to do this right at like 12:01?
It usually lasts, there's three signals that come off, 12:05 is the first one, then there's another one at 12:35 and the final one at 1.
So how do you recommend, you recommend that they start watching it at 12:05 and then, keep looking at it and take those individual signals, or wait till they have all three? How do they go about actually implementing?
No, I think all of them stand on their own. I'm just saying that I would look at it and then I would plug it in and say, hey, this is one I'm taking. Okay. And it's not hard to figure it out after a while, because you're going to find out, it's a lot of these trades, the SPY was hot for 3 days in a row, both going up and going down. And, these tickers tend to pay big once they start paying. A lot of times they just circle around their noise area, but this eliminates that for you because it's going to tee it up for you. And I use that phrase like on a golf course, right?
It definitely helps you focus in on everything amongst all the noise, right? It
Right.
just like zeroes in, targets in on that. And I know you're going to be yelling at somebody later today about this $8.97 price that we put here. Because
I'm sitting there going, $8.97?
I know that's
Goodness.
a ridiculously low price for this.
Yeah, I thought you got to give me a break.
I know how much went into.
I thought is that for 3 months, but they're giving a year there, $8.97 for a year.
Yeah,
Goodness.
yeah. And then, as we mentioned before, folks, you have then the opportunity on the second page to up that to a VIP lifetime subscription where you don't have to even worry about renewing it after a year. And that's at a greatly discounted price also. So just a great opportunity to get in on this and, see what it's all about. Now, of course, some of the questions that we've answered so far are also covered in much more depth in the training that's available in the members area that Tom has recorded for you. So you don't have to worry about, kind of grasping all of this right here and now from the little bit that we've kind of touched on during the presentation.
But they ought to get in now where they can go see the first Genesis. It takes you about 5 minutes to get set up. And then you can watch it develop today at, in 15 minutes from 12 to 1.
Yeah.
And then, I'm holding a live webinar at 1. They can come and attend and ask me about it.
Perfect. So if you get in now on it, you'll be on the list to get the link for the live session at 1 o'clock as well. So, great timing. Just happens to be with opening playbook that we run right up until when Genesis takes effect. And that's something you can count on every day too, right? As soon as opening playbook's over, you can go right over to Genesis and start looking at it because the timing will be that way on a daily basis. So it's a good marriage here of opening playbook and Genesis. Well, those are all the questions that we had in the chat. I'll take a quick look and see if I missed anything else. Let's see. There's a question here. The masterclass mentions dollar strikes, but the cheat sheet mentions $3 strikes. Which way should they be going on that?
Like I said, $1 to $3 works. And again, it's your choice, but I like the $3 personally, okay?
Perfect. All right, Larry asked about the VIP price. So it's in the chat and in the announcements, Larry. It's an additional, on top of the $897 for the 1 year, it's an additional $1,400 or $1,397 for the VIP upgrade. So all in, it's just under $2,300 for VIP, which is half the price roughly of a year normally. You can see on the screen $4,300 normally for a year. and you're going to get in all in on VIP for $22.94. So tremendous discount on both the 1 year and the VIP today. Let's see. I think those are all the questions that we have. And if anybody else has anything else, this is the time to throw it out here in the chat while Tom's still with us. I want to thank you for joining us on Opening Playbook and spending so much time with us today, Tom.
Yeah, and like I said, since it's this time of day, I moved my normal train and trade, which is 11 to 1, so you can come join us there if you want to, and
Perfect.
listen to what we're going to do. We sort of say, hey, let me pay you to show up. So, in other words, I have to pay people. Graham and them are so good, but I pay people every day with good trades, and so yesterday we had a great one in the. Went long, and I guess it paid off because if you look at the market right now, no guess about it. So come.
Oh, yeah, open green, stayed green, right?
Yeah, that's right. So, but thank you, and thank everybody for helping present Genesis, and I think you're getting a heck of a deal here at $8.97. In the market, will not wait on you. And the next time you have a trade out there and you lose money, I want you to think, man, maybe I should have gotten Genesis. Put the curse of Genesis on you, right? There you go.
All right, we're going to do a new promo called "Don't Get Hit by the Curse of Genesis."
That's right. All right, thanks, Dave.
We'll see you soon.
Bye.
All right, bye. All right, folks, that is all we have for you. We will be closing this out in just a minute. Of course, if you get in, you'll want to start looking at Genesis right away because it's going to start throwing signals at you in a few minutes. And look out for that message from Tom's crew about the 1 p.m. Eastern. So that's about 70 minutes from now. He's doing a live session as well. Joanne, yes, once you purchase, it will be in OneClick, in the same OneClick platform that Graham and Nathan use. So once you purchase, you don't even have to wait for a welcome email. If you get in on this, you could wait 2 minutes, 3 minutes, log into OneClick, refresh it maybe if you're already in there, and you should be able to search for Genesis in the tiles at the top for your different products that you own, or you might just see it there. And you should have access to it within minutes of purchase. So, so if you're brand new, you should get an email. It might take a few extra minutes to get the welcome email, but I can tell you, I'll post it in the general chat so everybody has it. So access to Genesis after purchase, let me talk weirdly while I'm typing, is going to be at https://app.oneclicktrading.com. All right, so I just put it in the general chat, Joanne, and for everybody else, that's our membership platform. So if you're brand new and have not ever accessed any of our products, then that you should get a welcome email. It might take a few minutes, I'd say like up to 15 if the system's really busy with new members and creating memberships. It could take up to 15 minutes. It usually only takes like 3 or 5. But what you can do is once you purchase, you can go to that link that I just put in there. You can click Forgot Password, and it'll send you an email right away to reset your password and get you in right away. So if you don't want to wait for the welcome email and you want to get in like ASAP, go to that link that I just posted there. Now, of course, like your purchase has to have gone through and created your membership to some degree, even if that welcome email hasn't gone out, like it still needs to do its process on the back end for you to get access. Obviously, everybody can't just go to the site and click Forgot Password and get in. So it has to have created your membership. So it may not work instantly after purchase, but if you kind of want to front run the welcome email, you can try that process. The hood options from this morning. J-Bo, you're looking for what the hood trade was this morning. I can post that for you. Boop, boop, boop in the chat. So if you're looking for the hood trades from this morning, let me post that in the general chat. There were 2. One was more aggressive, one was more conservative. He didn't give us targets on it, but they're not for this week. They're for either next week or the week after. So we've got a little time in opening and closing playbooks to talk to Graham and Nathan and kind of see where they feel the target should be on that after a little bit of time. when they're doing like overnights or same week expirations, like, you know, today for this Friday or whatever, they tend to set targets when they're doing further out, you know, a week plus, over a week out. Then they tend to not set targets right away and kind of watch the trades a little bit. So so there's that. Yeah, Joanne. So Joanne, you saying you're in one click, but you don't see Genesis. Is that what you're telling me? If that's the case, then you just need to give the system a little bit more time to get your membership in there. If you don't see it within a few minutes, you can call our support line. I'll drop that in here for you. Let me grab the number. I never remember support. I'll drop that in the direct message for you. And you can call support to check on it, but I do think you just need to give it another minute or two, most likely. All right. Any other problems, questions, comments, anything like that before we close this out? So Alikiel, as far as the SMS going international, I believe our SMS is only domestic. I believe it only covers US and Canada. I'm going to send you the customer service number also, and you can ask them to confirm for you that there's no way to get those SMS messages internationally. I believe it's just domestic on the SMS, the text messaging. But do call them and double check because I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to tell you as if I know for sure, and then you might have been able to get them and you can't, and you don't. So give them a call and double check on that. All right, let me see what else we have here. So the link to join at 1 p.m. if you want to join Tom for Train and Trade, I'm going to post that in the general chat. So Tom's 1 p.m. Eastern time today, Train and Trade session is going to be at this link. Thank you, Adam, for giving me that. All right. I think
All right, guys, that concludes the video. We still have a few minutes before we hit the opening time frame. Looks like Jonathan's back. I'm going to leave our futures markets up here. Lynn, yeah, most the videos that are available on YouTube, you should be able to access. As far as one particular video, I'd have to do a little research on that. I've got Jonathan in the room. I think is Adam in the room. He's usually my go-to source for that information. Break for 5? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a 5-minute break. And let me see if I can get the clock app up. Do a 5-minute timer. Should be all set. We'll see if Jonathan and Tom are ready to go.
Hey, folks, everybody hear me? All right, Chuck, or Jonathan, whoever's got the thing, let's go to the E-mini when we come back. Jonathan, you got power back?
I do, and hopefully it stays back on. Give me just a second here. Let me see if I can start a recording.
Yeah, before you do that, make sure you got, I want to start out with the 24-hour clock where people can see the power of this timing background that we're using these reference bars in. you know, it's got the circle in Asia, Europe. That I want to take people through the 24-hour clock before we get going.
There it is. Let me make
All
sure
right, I'm sorry, did you say something?
let me make sure I am officially live. You can see this, right?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Okay, everybody tell me if they can see that chart there. Everybody always asks me, Tom, how do you know when to get in, when to get out, and all that? Years ago, when I had the Globex terminal, I had 24-hour access to the electronic world when most people didn't have electronics, right? And so you got to think about it this way. Everybody look at Asia. It starts at 6 o'clock in the evening. Asia and futures start then. And you'll hear me talk about, hey, we opened on E-mini at 67.92. Well, now we're trading 68.56. The QQQ play I made today, was that a bullish trade or a bearish trade? It's a bullish trade, right? And so you can see that I started on this last night, and then the time got good, and I put it on this morning when we kicked off this marathon trading. And I think that's important to know these times. Notice there's an early morning trade from 4:30 to 9:30. That's reference part 2. Now, we're back here. I have a paid for service called Live Trading. It starts at 1:30 every day, Tuesday through Friday. If you're a member of Live Trading, let me know. And just say a word or two about how valuable you think it is to be with me Tuesday through Friday, 1:30 to 3. Just type in if you're in it. Neil says it's the best. I'm hoping maybe Jonathan and them can capture some of this. The different strategies to find great trades. Roz really likes it. Joseph thinks it's great. Polly says learning with the best. Thank you, Polly. iPhone says I love it just as much as TNT. It's awesome. Claire says made a lot of money and got an amazing education. Carrie says, I'm in it. It's worth every dime. But this happens during this time frame, and you're getting to be here today as our guest. That's pretty cool. Now, I don't know if you've noticed, my customers have been with me. Have you noticed how I'm taking my strategies and automating those strategies for you? Right? Have you noticed that? I've been working towards that. We got Sunrise now. We've got Genesis. We got Anchor. I'm going to automate the weekend side hustle. I got just a whole bunch of ways because we got the technology to do that. We didn't have it in the past, but I like the automated approach. How many people like the automated analysis you get like from Genesis or Sunrise or one of our Anchor program, right? You're going to love it for the weekend side hustle, okay? You're going to love it, love it, love it. Now, see, to keep up with all this stuff, I want everybody to tell me, isn't it a lot to keep up with all the different steps and all that stuff? It's hard, isn't it? Deb says this is her on the way to work. Show you how valuable it is. She's listening to this while she's driving to work. Better than an ATM. Thank you. I appreciate you saying, Carol, solidifies that. But the whole idea here is to get you where you grow your account, okay? And so I wanted to show you this time frame. You ought to take a picture of this. This is the 4 major zones in a day. Most people think the day starts at 9 or 10 this morning. The day started last night. Let me ask the question. How many people could just went out with my signal on the QQQ and bought a stock and made money today? I mean, forget strategies with options. If I could get you on the right side of up or down, don't you think you could make money? What do you think, Carlos? You think you can make money if you got the direction down? Well, folks, that's why people love what we do, because we get on the right side of the day, the week, the month. And that's the beautiful thing about it. Now, the next thing I want to show you is what we call our 25 tickers. Jonathan, can you load the 25 tickers in here?
Yep, I can. I can get it updated too for live prices.
Yeah. This is something we put together at the first of the month. Keeps us out of trouble, removes our bias, because it's about numbers. The whole game you're playing is to keep those emotional things on the sideline. I heard this, I heard that. No, we don't hear anything. We look at the numbers.
I just posted the link into the chat. Need to get it updated now. Give me a moment. It was updated this morning after the open. We'll update it again here after reference bar 4 open. You can see at the top of the spreadsheet, it gives a date in which I updated it and a time right up here. Let's get it updated. December 19th, about 1:39 p.m. Eastern Time. Here we
We do
are.
this every day, Tuesday through Friday. Today we waived it because I was doing this marathon. I said, let's just keep it simple. Let everybody get a gist of what it takes to make money in the market. Now, if you look there, and I'll just do this. Does everybody see silver there long? Everybody see that circle, that silver long, Jonathan? See it? The big picture tells me to be long silver. What am I in silver right now? Long or short? And so if I'm long silver and long the market, then there's a reason. Now, if you look down there, does everybody see? Let's go down to, going down and look at some stocks. Okay, there's some stocks. There's a silver stock there, AGQ. That's a double. Okay, PAAS, we made a bunch of money on that. NIM, everybody see NIM? That's looking good. Jonathan, you can set an alert on that one at 100.55. Would y'all get mad at me if I gave you 5 trades today? Okay, I might do that NIM. Gold is long, AMD short, Apple short, Amazon short, Google short, Meta. What do those stocks have in common? What are they called? What are those for? The Mag 7, right? There's 4. That's the reason the market's dragging. But look at Meta, it's long. Look at Tesla, it's long. MU's long, just to give you an idea. But I wanted to show you that ticker because that's how we start out each month. We think it's pretty cool to do that. Get on the right side of history. And I trade with the trend. Why make it hard? Has anybody ever tried selling at a resistance level because some technical indicator said it was resistance? You're fooling yourself if you do that. There's 2 things you got to know about the day, the week, or the month. The pivot number is one of them. Let's check me out. 5 o'clock this morning, 6 o'clock this morning, I told people today's pivot was 68.15. Jonathan, let's go to E-mini and look at it. If I'm above that pivot number, I'm going to be saying in the short term, looking up. Let's go see the chart on the roadmap above 68.15. We don't make this stuff up, folks. We're this accurate, and we do it day in and day out. And Jonathan, showing where that pivot line is that I did this morning, where they can see it.
68.15 on the chart right around there.
Would you say that we captured today's action? Give me a yes if you think I captured today's action with my pivot number. Now, somebody asked me this question. Tom, today is Thursday. How are you going to make money going into next week? Somebody asked me that question. Well, let me tell you how I'm going to make money going into next week. I'm going to use a strategy that I use at the end of every week. Has anybody ever heard me talk about the weekend side hustle? Anybody ever heard me talk about that? I sure have talked about it for the last 2 years, pretty strong, haven't I? Okay. So the weekend side hustle strategy is a way to take advantage of the trend next week. So let's ask a few questions. What ticker would we use? Jonathan, tell them the ticker we'd use.
Typically XSP.
And it has daily expirations, but let's look at XSP.
That's $XSP inside the roadmap software with the Schwab fee list.
Yep. So Jonathan, would you say that XSP went up, made a high? Where was that high? 683 something, right?
I got 681.60.
Okay, and then it came down. That's the 30-minute we're looking at, right?
Yeah.
All right, look at a daily.
Here's the daily.
What's the high of that red bar right there? That daily red prior to this bar.
This one here from yesterday?
Yeah.
681.25.
And does everybody notice today we're hovering near the top of that range? Say yes. Okay. Now let's go look at the dashboard for the XSP. This roadmap's so valuable. I hope y'all took me up on that offer. Adam said most of you did.
All right, looks like the data is refreshed now. We're good to go.
All right. Let's see where the SSP is located on jumping around. Can you stop it?
Sure. Let's go. No sorting. Right there in the middle.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So the value of having this, I call it a pocket trade on the XSP, is a couple simple parameters, right? John, what do we typically pay for an XSP trade?
I'd say right around $1 on average.
Okay. Can everybody here afford $1 on an option? If you knew your actually rate was going to be pushing 80+%? Okay. All right, Jonathan, let's go to the slide presentation we got for today. We call it the Weekend Profits Club, not the Weekend Losers Club, but the Weekend Profits Club. It earns its name. Now, who's a member of the Weekend Profits Club? How do you like getting this trade at the end of every week? Simple trade, we do. Pretty good trade, isn't it? Like clockwork, Buck says. Sort of adds to your account balance, doesn't it, John? Joe. Working great trade. How many people could devote 10 minutes a week to making a trade that had such a high percentage, low risk in the approach I take? How many people could do that? Having that trade, knowing it's in your back pocket at the end of every week. We typically put it out on when we put it out, we typically put it out on a Thursday or Friday. I like to put it out typically on a Friday, unless you got a day like today. A day like today means we got a market trying to go higher, okay? So the Weekend Profits Club, very proud of this service because it's consistent, and people that are in it always send me love letters about, hey, I made X, I made X. That's telling me if we're doing something right. All right, next slide, please. Every single week, I'll give you my best opportunity. Get an email alert, get a cell phone alert. We got a Telegram channel. You can take advantage of this. You don't have to be tied to the computer. I'll be looking at the computer to see the setup, and it'll fire off. You don't. The key thing, if I put it out on Thursday, you got to get it done by the end of the day. If I put it out on Friday before the market closes on Friday, then you set your good to cancel order, take your profit, and go about your merry way. Simple, straightforward. Now, a lot of times, thing gets real hot after I put it in, and guess what? It pays out on the day we do it. So it ends up being a day trade. I don't try it to be a day trade, but with this ticker and with this movement, sometimes it works that way. There's a trade we did. That's a typical trade right there. XSP, $3 spread, risk 1,000, make 200. You see what I built here is a money machine for you with my strategies. So let's say you put $1,000 up and this trade delivered 52 times this year, January 26th, and you lost 20% of the time. You're going to generate quite a lot of cash for those winners. It's a pretty sweet trade. If you want to kickstart your weekend side hustle today, here's the beautiful thing. I've never done this before with a weekend side hustle, but it's such a good trade. I decided to extend a year for 3 months. You get 15 months. So let's do some math. Jonathan, what's $897 in 15 months?
$897 into 15 months. That's $59-$60 a month.
$60 a month, right? Are you with me? So $60 a month, and you generate 4 trades a month. Just say you made $600 and lost 200. You make about 400 a month. I'm just talking about minimum dollars. How many of you would put up $60 to make about $600? I'm just using small numbers here, but I would. So if you want to join me under this Black Friday, Thursday special, today's to do it at $897 for the weekend side hustle. And I'm going to go back, Jonathan, and set up the weekend side hustle trade. Let's show you how easy it is. Let's go back to the SSP. And let's go out to, this time, let's go out to mid-January.
Third week January, it looks like the 16th of January would be a Friday.
Okay. Find me a 3 wide, $1 or less.
As always, going to start at the money and see what that's priced at. Usually too much. So we'll start working our way up. I'm going to jump 10 strikes up and go to the 89.92. And that's still too much. Let's try the 92.95. That's getting closer. 93.96. That was 97 cents to 93.96, Tom. And the 92.95 is $1.03, $1.04.
I like the 97 cents. Y'all like getting a discount on a trade? I like that 97 cents, Jonathan.
I'm going to start typing it up, Tom. And are we issuing this today or what's the deal?
Yeah, we're going to issue, it's going to be trade number 3. I just might wait and say go. Okay.
Okay.
See what is 97 cents right now? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
So that gives everybody plenty of time because we got another block. We're going to talk about another special trade. But I want people to see this, how easy it is. How many people could do this trade if I said, let's go? Now, this will be followed inside the weekend side hustle when we do it. This will be our 3rd trade of the day. I already explained why I would be bullish. And there's the trade.
There's the trade. Just showing it. Tom's not ready to pull the trigger yet. So just showing it so you can get your order prepared for when Tom says go.
Yeah. So Jonathan, I like the trade. I like it, and it's just a matter of going, right?
Right.
And just what's so great about this, once they get in Telegram channel and they get a phone alert basically saying this trade's ready, right?
That's right. Telegram. Yep.
No, we're not going to play another tape. We're just going to tell you how good it is. And I already showed you my track record. And we're going to be higher than that, I think, in this program because it's so targeted for a certain type time frame. So far I've done 2 trades. This is the 3rd trade. I told you I'd give you 4, didn't I? I might give you 5. I might give you 5. How many people like the way we're doing this marathon thing today? Give me some feedback. I haven't bored you yet, have I? Yeah, if you got bored today, it's because you don't like making money or setting up to make money. Okay. The other thing that I want to do is we'll pull the trigger on this trade. Let's go back to a live market. Now remember, if you buy WPC, you will get 15 months today, Black Friday pricing. All right, let's showing, we didn't showing this on the roadmap, showing the scanner, high noon scanner for everybody. Let's take
Okay.
them through that.
Yep. Under scans across the top, the drop down's properly named scans. We'll find high noon, a little ways down. Let that load in. Now you can see that the columns here, the first column's a symbol, of course. We have the month open there for you. We have the last price, which I'll explain in just a moment. Then we have the prior week's high and the prior week's low, and we have a long or short side. The way it says long, like it does for Airbnb here, is this last traded price is both above the monthly open and it's above last week's high. If you remember back to early this morning, we had a chart of the S&P up and we were looking at a 2-bar pattern. We were looking at a 2-bar pattern on a 30-minute basis. Well, we're doing the same type of thing here, but on a weekly basis. So if I bring up a chart of Airbnb, since that's the one we pointed out, you can see the prior 2 bars, it's made a higher high and higher low off of last week, and the price is currently above last week. And you can see the month open and the metrics as well. So that's why Airbnb filtered into the high noon as a long. Of course, look at Apple. Apple's the opposite. It's a short. Why? Bring up a weekly chart. It's made a lower low, and the price is below last week's low. All right. Now this feature, you can kind of see here, says price 268.82 over here on Apple, current price 271.74. Good time to note that our scanners update twice a day, once overnight to reflect the prior day's closing prices, and they update again once about an hour after the market opens. I always tell people, Tom, that if you want to check the scanners during the day, wait till after Genesis, and it will be updated to reflect morning price right around an hour or so after the cash market opens. Another neat little thing we have on the scanners here at the bottom of the scanner itself. If you click on the top 20 longs, it gives you the top 20 stocks from the list of all stocks. It breaks those down into a top 20 based on a percentage move from
Let's test that out, Jonathan. Let's just pick a few and look at a chart and see how much they're up from when, this shows you how powerful it is. Just pick a couple, like Dollar General. It says, what did Dollar General do? Do a daily, if you will, because that's a better example.
I got a daily listed, and to finish my thought there, percentage change from the monthly open is what it sorts it by for you.
That's pretty cool, isn't it? Don't know what to do with your money, you go to the high noon scanner and it spits it out. What about, let me see another one if I recognize. How about DEC? What has DEC done? Not as good as the other one, but it had a good run. Look at DEC. All right, let's look at the top 20 shorts. These are stocks that you want to avoid if you're trying to buy to make money. If you got a stock that appears on this list, you're in trouble if you're long. Okay. That's pretty good. I want to show people the scanner because I think the scanner you know, when the market's making rapid movements, it will in January, you got some place to go to find out what's hot and what's not. And that scanner is really valuable inside the roadmap. All right, Jonathan, let's go back to the weekend side hustle. Look at it before you do, look at a 30-minute XSP chart. Okay, notice you got you're below RB4. So what I'm going to look for before I pull the trigger on that trade is it either at the target or below, right? It's a longer term trade, or I get a 2-bar movement between now and the end of the day. Okay, that's the way that works. So we'll hold off, waiting for the right time to pounce. Boy, will we pounce when it's the right time, won't we? That's on the weekend side hustle. All right, go back to the slides. The thing about today, if you come into the weekend side hustle, you've got a link that's going to give you an extra 3 months. That's a 33% discount dollar-wise. We figure $60 a month roughly. So any questions about the weekend side hustle? All right, so I think what we're going to do next, John, is get set up for our last block. And that is going to be on the Anchor project that we just released. So why don't you come back and what do you think, Jonathan? What time is it? 2:04? How long a break does everybody need? 10 minutes? Yay, nay?
Yeah, type the amount of minutes you want break. 10 minutes? 15 minutes?
15?
Minutes?
10, Carol said.
Bunch of tens, okay.
All right, we'll go with 10-minute break. We'll be back and we'll set up, come back to the live market and analyze what's going on.
10 minutes.
crows. T-Buzz sits where the ticker flows, a coffee cup, a steady hand. He trades the market like a riverboat man. Oh, T-Buzz, he's trading his way through the peaks and the falls, come what may, with a gut full of grit and a heart that won't sway. T-Buzz, he did it his way. He watches the charts like the stars in the sky, looking for answers, a reason, a why. Some call it luck, some call it skill, but Tom just calls it paying the bills. Through the red and the green, he's danced with a line. Every loss and each win, a tale of his time. Oh, T-Buzz, he's trading his way through the peaks and the falls, come what may, with a gut full of grit and a heart that won't sway. T-Buzz, he did it his way. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold.
All righty, Ken. All right, let's go. This is something that we released, I guess about 2 weeks ago, right? And it's so powerful. This is going to generate a trade once every about 5 trade days. But I did a couple master classes on how you could use this information and get about 3 trades a week. And the 3 trades a week have been really super trades. So let's just take a look at it. And the theory here is that anchor trades deal with the bond market. They're diversified. So this is today. If you look at today, and the first thing I key in is down in the left-hand corner. What does it say? Jonathan, read what it says in the left-hand corner.
The very bottom left-hand corner says expected options if a trade triggers 87.5, 88.5 call spread for December 19th.
And December 19th is tomorrow?
That'd be Friday. Yep, that's tomorrow. Sure is.
Okay, so what I like about this concept with the anchor is that you buy it wholesale and sell it retail. So let's go to an option chain and look at that option that you're talking about right there. Which one is it?
Let's see. TLT is the ticker. December 19th is the expiration. And it says 87.5, 88.5. Tasty trade.
Now the expiration date is December 19th, which is tomorrow.
Now, if you remember from the posting, it's got to get above 88.38 as a minimum. And so that's TLTs, that's about 20 cents away at a minimum. It's got to move to trigger a send. So this is what the current price of that TLT option is, though, spread. 87.5, 88.5 for December 19th. Priced right now at 62 cents.
Okay, so go back. Okay, it's 62 cents. So if it closes above, let's make sure everybody understands. If it closes above 88.5, that's worth $1. Does everybody understand that? It's $1 spread. If it closes above the high end of the short, you get $1, correct? So if you bought it and it went to $1, you'd make 40 cents. But we're not going to do that. I just want to show you the potential, okay? Now let's go finesse it a little bit. Let's go back to the notification. Now, notice that it's got, I'm going to blow mine up here because it's a lot easier for me to blow it up and look at it. And I will. Let me do that real quick over here so I can see it and talk from it. Okay. It's got a high threshold of 88.38. And you're looking at a current price of 88.23. Everybody see that? Now, an advanced type trade for me would be to buy that spread if TLT got above the 88.38. Okay? Because I'm getting it at a substantial discount rather than where you'd normally get it. And another reason I would consider doing it's above the weekly open, right? Okay. This is an advanced trade with TLT. So Jonathan, let's go look at TLT now and see the actual price of TLT on the roadmap.
$88.16.
88.16. Okay. So 38, but it would have to go 22 cents up for me to do this, right? Okay. So the beautiful thing about it, the conservative approach is just take the trade 1 every 5 days, but you can be aggressive like I've been doing it and putting these trades on just about 3 times a week. Okay. And what's so beautiful about it, they've been paying. So I just wanted to show you that, but you got the conservative approach one time every 5 days, but there's really 3 opportunities a week just looking at that number and keying in on it, whether it's bullish or bearish, taking the options and do it. That's pretty cool, isn't it? What I've come up with as an advanced trade on the thing, to milk this baby. Yeah, if you inside the Telegram channel, Jonathan, I want to go to Telegram next. Go to Telegram, bring up Anchor.
Okay.
If you click it inside the Telegram channel, it makes it real big. Y'all see how you made it real big? You see that? And you can see that 88.38, right? And the bullish, okay? Easy to see. Okay.
Hey, Tom, if you're on a phone, someone says it's not easy to see on a phone. If you're on a phone, click on the message, Joseph, and then turn your phone sideways. So it goes to what, landscape mode, I guess? And then, of course, you can pinch on your phone and zoom in as needed from there. Sound good?
Yeah. And then once you show it again on Tasty Trade. Neil, it had to get above that 80, 88, 38 number. They give it to you right there. Everybody circle that number I'm talking about. It's got to get above doing advanced trade. And that's what it looks like on Tasty Trade, what he's got right there. Paid about 60 cents, Jonathan.
Right now, it's marked at 63 cents. If it moves up, if the TLT shares themselves moves up another 20 cents, you'll pay slightly more, probably closer to 70 cents, I guess.
Right, but you don't have to go for the whole gusto. You can go in there at 88, 87 cents, make 17 cents on your wrist. You got a pretty good trade if it continues that upward mobility. All right, let's just win Telegram. Let's show in TNT. I want to go out to the start of the day. I want to show them what I do every day for people in TNT.
Let's make sure you're seeing. Here we go. All right, let me find TNT. I think that's this one. Yeah, sure is. Start of the day, December 18th. Let's go back to the early morning hours. Tom's first posting came at 5:30 Eastern. It was this snapshot
I
of
did an
the market right
overview.
here.
Did everybody see NVIDIA is green that time of day? Everybody see that? It's green, and I said, hey, I'm gonna buy it in the pre-market. Keep going. And this is where you know where I'm gonna buy it at. Keep going.
The next posting was the Magic 5. I'll read it to you. SLV was 59.75.
Okay.
QQQ was 607.55.
Notice QQQ 609.50, again, in line with the spread we did. Keep going.
There's NVIDIA 172.55.
Now, I don't know about you, but it's worth reading that because you could have bought it any time before the market opens, and you would have made at least $2.50 on NVIDIA today, which NVIDIA has been dogging it all the way down from 188. That was a heck of a trade. 174. Say it, NVIDIA. What else did I say?
Oh, you said TLT 8801.
8801, right? And TLT 8817. So you really got the anchor early in the morning. Okay. You go advanced early in the morning on that. All right. So probably paid, I think I paid 54 cents for it, Jonathan, at one point. Okay. All right. What else did I say?
You said SPY 675.55.
SPY's at 677. That's $1.50 on the SPY. That's a good trade.
68.15 was on the S&P futures. It shouldn't have
Now here's where, as they say, the rubber hits the highway. I gave you the long and short of the day. Go back 68.15. So far, you've got enough information that you go, why I'm not in this program. And you come in there and read this at the start of every day, no matter what time you get up. So again, go look at the E-mini on a chart. Tell them where that pivot number is, John, or show it to them.
I just drew a line, the orange line, and put a note that says 68.15 daily pivot right above it, so you know what it was.
Do you think having a pivot number makes your success better for the day?
Dang
You
right.
could have bought some, sold some, and you're still looking good by knowing that pivot number.
Let me draw an arrow so you know where about 5:30 Eastern was when Tom started in TNT. That was right around this time right here. And you can see that clear breakout there as your first opportunity to trade it above pivot. And then if you're, not as great of odds, but buying it on the pullback here, you could have tried to step in there, and obviously in hindsight would have made money there too. But the great trade was this morning on the breakout.
So the question you ought to be asking yourself, how did I get in TNT? You might put a link there.
Let me check with Adam and see if we have any special on TNT today. It wasn't part of the special, but we might be able to get one in here. There's the link, dcasper.com/TNT. We'll see if we have any kind of special for today's.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Jonathan. If they join today, it's $200. We won't start the subscription in January. That'll keep it simple.
That's great. Yeah. Get an extra half month.
Get an extra half month if you join today. That's a Black Friday bonus. You might put that in there. Let me know if you're taking me up on that offer. It's $200, and you can cancel anytime. But the good news is, folks, you got the information to start you out. You got the roadmap, you got Genesis, you got Anchor, and you got everything you need to grow your account by starting out with that day, every day with me. I get in there between 5 and 5:30 to make those postings. Now, one other thing I want you to show on the TNT channel, show where I put what they're saying in the world. I think one of the items was NVIDIA. Go back and look at it. I give what's circling around the street. It's in the TNT. See if you can find it. See if it's in there today. See anything about NVIDIA? Yeah, there it is right there. NVIDIA stock, an early Christmas gift for investors. I read that because I wasn't even looking at NVIDIA, and I said, wow, is NVIDIA going to go up today? And I looked at it, and it was set up numbers-wise. I got long. Yeah, go long above the pivot, Jennifer, and buy. Exactly how you do it. Pretty simple, but it works. All right, Jonathan, I promised in 4 trades. The weekend side hustle trade is not setting up today. I'll do it tomorrow, okay? So that's a trade I'll be doing tomorrow for those that join the weekend side hustle. So you'll get that trade tomorrow. The Anchor trade is about 20 cents away, probably not going to set up, okay? So let's look at General Motors. This will be a third trade, General Motors.
That's a chart on General Motors.
All right, Jonathan, if you count back 10 days, what's the low?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Low is 74.90.
Perfect. Go find me a 75, 74 option out to next year, General Motors.
For the first week, or expiration week for General Motors, that's only paying you 4 cents. We got to go more than that.
Go more than that.
January, oops, not that button. Let's go, where's the expiration? There we go. January 9th pays you 8 cents, and then January 16th. That's a much better spread. It's marked at 26 cents. That's for a half wide too. Hang on. That's for a 2.5 wide, excuse me. The strikes jumped to 2.5 wide.
Go another week and see if we got $1.
There we go. For January 23rd, that's 36 days out. The 75.74. You'd have to use a limit order, of course, but it's marked at 19 cents as a midpoint.
That's the one. That's your third trade, folks. I'll have Jonathan write it up. We'll track that in TNT. Everybody understands all General Motors, to get that money, General Motors got to stay above 75. Currently 82. It has to make a new 10-day low.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah,
we firing this trade off now?
yeah, you can fire it off. It's good.
All right, sounds good. Dave got in at 19 cents. Way to go, Dave.
Now show them, Jonathan, now that we've done it, show them what return on risk is and how that's calculated.
They happen to show that in just a moment once I get this out to the TNT group. I know Dave's already into the trade, but Dave's a step ahead because I got to do the work to get the trade out there.
So my three trades actually into the market: QQQ, SLV, and General Motors. Market, we'll go back and review the market, but I want him to show you the math on this 19 cents versus on General Motors. What makes it worthwhile to do it?
Okay, where are we at on my slide deck here? Let me get back to the slides. Okay, let's build a slide here, how the math works. This was a 75.74. $75.74 credit put spread in at 19 cents net credit. All right, so your max profit, of course, is what you get for it, 19 cents. The risk, it's a kind of a two-step process. You can do it in your head or bring up a calculator. I'll bring up a calculator so everybody can see the steps. Question one, how wide are the strikes that we have here that Tom's designed for us? 75 minus 74 equals what? Equals 1. 75 minus 74 equals 1. The width of the spread is $1. That's the maximum price the spread can be price valued at. $1. $1. So since we got 19 cents up front, the rest of the $1 between 19 cents and $1, that's a total of 81. $1 minus 19 cents is 81. That's our risk. The difference between the width of the spread and what you bring in up front is your risk. So that's 81 cents of risk. Pretty simple, right? Just got to do a little math. That means if we were able to realize a maximum profit of 19 cents, 19 cents over 81, risk is a 23% return.
And all General Motors has got to do between now and expiration date is stay above 75. I think it's a good bet, especially since it broke out for this last earnings announcement. How many people like a trade like this?
Yeah, definitely like a trade like this. Notice we got limit in all caps. It's when we put limit in all caps, that means it's very, very important to use a limit. All right, it means that some of you, if you're kind of a little bit behind getting to it, you might have to have a little patience. You might get filled at better prices, but nonetheless, you got to use a limit. See if you can't get filled.
All right, so we got 3 trades. What's going to be the 4th trade? Jonathan? The 4th trade is going to be a straight call, okay? I'm going to go back to silver, and I want you to go find me a call going out to March of next year. And I want to pay 50 cents or less.
All right, let's go back to silver. First of all, I'm gonna
That's
prep
SLV.
with the daily. Yeah, I'm gonna prep everybody with daily chart on SLV first. Then we're gonna go over to our option chain for SLV. We want to go out to March. We got March 20th, which is the quarterly expiration. We also have into March. March 20th. Want to pay 50 cents for an outright call. Let's see how far up we got to go. Quite a ways. The 95 strike call is currently 55 cents or so.
Was it, you have the high and low on it today?
Let's say it opened at 58 cents. It made a high of 58 cents and it has a low of 51 cents.
About a 7-cent range.
Mm-hmm.
So let's pay 55 cents for that call.
Okay.
What's the delta on it?
About 8, what I'm seeing here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm going to teach people something about delta. Let's buy it at 55 cents.
What do you want to target?
Well, that's what we're going to do. We're going to figure it out. Okay. We got a 95 strike. We got an 8 delta. So every dollar SLV goes up, this option is going to go up about 8 cents, right? Is that right?
Yep,
Should say
that's right.
yes.
Yeah. Makes a move quickly like that. Absolutely will. Absolutely will.
Okay. So silver is at what price? Or SLV's at what price?
I got 59.30 on the price of silver shares, SLV shares.
All right. If it's going to make it to 75, that would be 15 bucks, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be 15, 16 bucks. Sure would.
What's 8 cents times 15 bucks?
That's going to be $1 even, maybe.
How would y'all call this a very successful day if this option sold for $1.44? Good to cancel. Give me a yes if it would. Give me a yes. John, I think this is going to be called a pretty good trade if it happens. Bob says,
Absolutely.
hell yes.
Yeah, that would be a.
We're going for it, boys and girls. Now, let me tell you what I'm going to do. We got to be careful where we put this one, because if we put it in TNT, you can't let me forget I got it. So I'm going to buy it myself. Let me buy it myself. Give me the date again.
March 20th.
March 20th. 55 cents. Jonathan? I'm in.
55 cents.
Jennifer asked a great question. Do I still use the 72-hour rule on this? Jennifer, if I'm not making money in 72 hours, I'm going to sell the $100 call against it. Dave, you front run me is what you did, you dog. He got in, John. David from Colorado, those Colorado people, they're shaky. He got in before me, Jonathan. I'm sitting here trying to be a nice guy, give everybody a chance to get in after I tell them to trade. What does he do? He goes and front runs me. Everybody understands, if it's not making money after Tuesday, we'll sell, John, if you want to make note, we'll sell a $100 call. Okay? Please confirm that.
I heard you.
I know, but I didn't hear you say, yes, I got it. Neil knows what I'm talking about, right, Neil? Anytime you pass control of an airplane, the other guy says, I got control. Mindy, did y'all get Mindy's number? She wanted to get a lot of these programs. She just needed to do it at a different time. Will you make sure that she's passed on?
Very well.
You got her details and stuff?
I'll be getting them. We'll be getting them, or Chuck can. Either way. Adam can. And get these notes on the trade. Try to do 2 or 3 things at once here.
Carol, I don't have to. She says, why don't I do a vertical call for 13 cents? I said, I don't have to, because right now I'm building position. Because I got something right here that says, y'all ready for this? In 2026, silver's going to 100. I'm not guessing. I did my homework. No, Bill. It starts being a profitable once it goes up $1. Like if you go to 60.30 on SLV, you'll be up 8 cents on the trade. Jonathan, why don't you take the time and explain Delta to everybody? Because that tells me some people didn't know the magic of what I just did. I call it magic because I told you I'd do 4 trades for you. I've got an anchor trade I'll be doing in the anchor program. I've got a weekend side hustle trade I'll be doing no later than tomorrow. That'd be 6 trades. Let's take about a 10-minute break, come back at 3 o'clock, and let's wrap up how this is. How many people do we have the ability to ask to do a poll question here?
We should. Let me see. Yeah, looks like it. Hang on just a second, Tom. What's the title of the poll?
How many people love marathon trading today?
Title, Marathon Trading. Question, how many people love marathon trading?
And the educational, you don't have to put that in there, but I meant that, okay?
Get 2 choices, yes or no. Save as webinar poll. Where is that? Where is that? Launch it. There we go. It's live.
And they click it and you get the results.
We got 58 of 58, 60 of 60. Nobody's clicking no, so that's good.
Must did something right.
Didn't need that
We
as
had
a.
about 200 people in here all day, so that's good.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for being here. We loved it.
Let's take a 10-minute break. We're gonna come back and wrap up. I wanted to do this because I thought I could give y'all some trades today that would feed that monster, profit monster. And that's what I was trying to do, Jonathan. I think I accomplished my goal.
You did. You did.
I had to go to extra because I wanted to do the anchor trade and I wanted to do the weekend side hustle trade. They're just not set up just right. I'll wait till tomorrow.
That's a good lesson in and of itself, right there.
Yep.
Trade
And
time
I
to
want to
trade.
remind people, BNT&T, BNT&T, if you join today in T&T, you get the rest of December for free. Your subscription, your $200 starts January. Quit anytime, but you'll never quit once you come in. I think that's a good deal for everybody. Black Friday approach. If you get in there, I'll be making you money between now and Christmas. You can make it your goal to try to pay for your Christmas. Because I'm going to be trading every day in live trading, T&T, weekend side hustle. I'm not slowing down. This is a great time of year to put positions on. Make something out of yourself, Jonathan. Make something out of yourself. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Jonathan, I'll come back after I hear that song one last time.
You got it. I know a lot of you here may not have been with us for all 4 sessions. Make sure you grab the slide deck. We mentioned that earlier today, but haven't mentioned it in a couple hours. Grab the slide deck because on the very last slide, of slide deck, you're going to find 4 recordings, all 4 recordings from today. Now, it's going to take over an hour for everything to render and whatnot, so have some patience on that. But we sure have enjoyed the day. Grab the slides. You'll hear that tune kick off in about 8 minutes, and Tom's going to finish up the day when we get back in about 8 minutes.
up a steady hand. He trades the market like a riverboat man. Oh, T-Buzz, he's trading his way through the peaks and the falls, come what may, with a gut full of grit and a heart that won't sway. T-Buzz, he did it his way. He watches the charts like the stars in the sky, looking for answers, a reason why. Some call it luck, some call it skill, but Tom just calls it paying the bills. Through the red and the green, he's danced with a line. Every loss and each win, a tale of his time. Oh, T-Buzz, he's trading his way through the peaks and the falls, come what may, with a gut full of grit and a heart that won't sway. T-Buzz, he did it his way. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold.
All right, folks, if everybody really liked what I did, I'm going to I'll do this again sometime. It'll be a while, but I just wanted to try it out. I thought y'all might enjoy it, and I did. And I think that I think it's good. Now, we've got recordings with special prices. The roadmap, obviously $497, heavily discounted. Everybody seemed to like that offer. We've got the DTI Trader Genesis. I think if you get involved and stay with us, you'll just see how powerful that automatic analysis system is. The Weekend Profit Club, 15 months. That's about as cheap as it gets. And we will be able to, we'll do something on that tomorrow if you're a member. If you get joined, you'll be seeing me make a trade on that, the last trade of the week. My anchor trade, you ought to listen, honestly, you really ought to listen to this. The anchor is a heck of a strategy. And, if you look at it, it's just not there right now today for an advanced trade, so I can't do it. But we came up with 4 trades. General Motors, I like that trade. That's sort of a Cadillac trade. General Motors. And then we've got the QQQ. We got silver. And then I said, let's step up to the plate and buy a 55-cent option and go for about $1 profit on it. And I gave myself some time because I think silver between now and then is going to go. I told people we'll put it in TNT. If you join TNT today, you'll obviously, your subscription won't start until January 1st. And hopefully you got a scholarship by the end of the week. If you just put a few dollars in my Magic 5, I think you'll be doing good. Any questions about the packages, trades, or anything that I did today? Speak now. You don't get the track record I got without following a disciplined approach. I passed on weekend side hustle. And show the roadmap real quick, and I'll show you why I passed on the weekend side hustle. Look at RB4. And by the way, Jonathan, once you post the white papers that we give everybody that wants to learn more about what we do, circle that RB4, and you'll see why I passed on the weekend side hustle. Everybody see that negative RB4? And I passed on Anchor because Anchor couldn't get high enough. It's bullish on bonds right now, but Anchor did not get high enough during the time I was with you. Now, if it goes up another 18 cents, I'll do that trade. And the Anchor is a bonus. That Anchor is something else. Folks, it's been a pleasure being with everybody. And I told people that 4 out of 5 days, Genesis would rack up the high for that period of time. It did. And you can see it right there on Genesis where it did. Everybody said, got to have Genesis. It's a heck of an automated way. Go back to the slide. I will, Jim. If I do it, I'll post it in the Anchor channel. Jonathan, that's all I got. You or Chuck got anything y'all want to say before we wrap it up? It's been a long day.
Great day, Tom. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
It's going to go our way.
Yeah, Tom, been a lot of fun today, watching you guys do your thing. This market, though, wow, it's kind of all over the place. I'm really looking forward to see how this plays out over the next 24 hours.
Well, we'll start a new day at 6 o'clock tonight, Chuck.
And don't forget, tomorrow morning, Expiration Friday.
Oh, yeah, triple witching. All right. We'll be back. Thank you.
coffee cup, a steady hand. He trades the market like a riverboat man. Oh, T-Buzz, he's trading his way through the peaks and the falls, come what may, with a gut full of grit and a heart that won't sway. T-Buzz, he did it his way. He watches the charts like the stars in the sky, looking for answers, a reason why. Some call it luck, some call it skill, but Tom just calls it paying the bills. Through the red and the green, he's danced with a line. Every loss and each win, a tale of his time. Oh, T-Buzz, he's trading his way through the peaks and the falls, come what may, with a gut full of grit and a heart that won't sway. T-Buzz, he did it his way. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every day's a victory, not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold. With his eyes on the prize, his heart in the fray, T-Buzz stands tall at the end of the day. Not every trade a gold, but he's learned to weather storms, let the stories unfold.
I think Adam's got a surprise for everybody. Hold on.
Hey folks, for those of you that are